It is 24 CF 306. Appearances, I believe, are the same. So, anything that we need to take care of before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the state.
No, Your Honor.
Very good. All right, bring in the jury.
Casey's stuff pulled out. Do you have Casey's stuff pulled out? Justin, yeah, we don't say it. Do you have Casey's stuff?
Sandy has the brother
It's
on
all
Zoom.
off to the side.
Okay, can you put them through?
Sorry, I'll have physical exhibits too. Well, I'm going through the pictures, so I don't know. If you, I can tell you how many physical I have.
All right, well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very good. The question is whether, in fact, any of you violated the rules that I gave you. I specifically told you not to discuss this case with anyone. I told you specifically to stay away from any social media, news accounts, radio, and alike. Is there anybody who violated those rules? No one has raised their hand. As you see, I brought donuts this morning. You would have had a lot more white long johns had Sandy not picked them up, and she may have, they may be in her glove box. So anyway, and I have incredibly sad news. Last night I had gotten my mixer out in preparation for tonight, making a cake, and after at least 35 years, it has now met its demise. So, yeah. And this morning I had to throw it in the dumpster. Even worse. Anyway. But the good news is that a new one is on its way. So be here on Monday. All right, folks. With that aside, Attorney Will, let's hear from our first witness for the day.
Say we call Casey Young.
Come on up. Please be careful on the ramp. When you get to the top, stand and raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please proceed.
Good morning. Could you please state your first and last name and spell both for the record?
Good morning. I'm Casey Young. Excuse me. Casey Young, Kasey,
last name Young, Y-O-U-N-G.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office?
20 years.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned as a detective for the Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Dodge County Sheriff's Office?
In my current capacity, I've been a detective 3 years.
Thank you. Thanks for correcting that. And back in 2024, were you working as a detective?
I was.
In 2024, how long have you been working as a detective?
About a year.
And on June 25th, 2024, did the detective division get assigned to investigate a missing persons case?
Yes.
And were you part of that team that investigated that missing persons case?
Yes, we were all called in on a Tuesday.
And what was the name of the individual that was missing?
Crystal Rasch.
So what, on Tuesday during the day, what were your duties?
Tuesday during the day, well, actually that morning we started off with a search warrant. I did my regular shift duties, and then I went home at 4 o'clock.
So search warrant unrelated to this case?
That's correct.
And then, so at 4 o'clock, did you get called back into the department then? Or sometime after 4 o'clock?
Sometime after 4 o'clock, I believe it was maybe like 7:30-ish or so, we got the all call to say, hey, all hands on deck, we need everybody in.
And then at some point, did you learn that a search warrant was going to be served on a residence related to the missing person investigation?
Yes, initially I was assigned to go to Quick Trip in Beaver Dam. Once I got back to the sheriff's office, there was some discussions, some meetings, and at that point, I knew eventually we were going to go serve a search warrant it's technically a Juneau address, but in Kleiman.
And what, for the serving of the search warrant, what was your assignment, or the execution of the search warrant? What was your assignment? What were your duties?
Sure. So when I arrived at the residence, initially I met with, at that time, Deputy Trevarthen, who had contact with Scott Rasch. I talked with Scott Rasch until eventually we met with Mary Rasch outside the residence. And that residence was N3251 Wood Road. At that point, it was determined that I would be on the perimeter. I would not make entry into the residence. And at that point, my job initially was to just sit on the southeast corner of the residence.
And then did eventually law enforcement make entry into the residence?
Yes, while I was outside, I know that they made residence, and I heard that they were in contact with one male.
And who was that male that they made contact with?
Zachariah Rasch.
And then did you make contact with Zachariah Rasch?
Yes, I did.
And is he in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Could you please describe where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He's seated at the defense table wearing a white shirt, looks like a blue striped tie.
When you made contact with him, was he basically being detained at that point?
Yes, at that point I met him on the front porch of the residence. As he exited the residence, I believe he had no shirt on, and I don't recall if it was sweatpants or sweat shorts, but he was being detained.
And then did you locate anything on his person that had evidentiary value?
Yes, so at that time I checked his pockets, and I did locate his cell phone in his front right, I believe it was his front right pocket.
And do you recall if that cell phone was in a case?
Yes, a red case.
So I'm going to show you Exhibit 131. Well, it does say it's on. Is it not working?
It seems like you just seem quiet.
Is that better? Is that better? Everybody hear me now? Exhibit 131. Can you hear me better if I do it like that? Yes, testing, testing, testing. Can you tell me what Exhibit 131 is?
Exhibit 131 has case number associated 24-18526. It's labeled as description 177-5 Samsung in red case.
And that wasn't sent to the lab for any type of testing or anything like that. I guess you've got some gloves right here. But just to stay consistent, there's some gloves there for you. And if you could just take that out and show the jury that case. Was it previously opened before your testimony here this morning?
Yes, it was by Detective Cotney.
And before opening it, did you and Detective Cotney confirm that it had been sealed up to that point?
Yes.
So if you could, again, take that out and show the phone.
So now I'm just going to make a note, mindful. It does say that it's a Samsung in a red case. However, we did remove the red case to download the cell phone later. So although you don't see a red case, this is a cell phone that was in the red case.
And throughout the course of this investigation, did you handle that cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Is it fair to say extensively handled that cell phone?
Yes.
So now you took possession of that cell phone. What did you do next?
In regards to the cell phone, or
sorry, back to the search warrant.
back to the search warrant. The next thing I did, but after waiting for photographs to be taken of the scene, I was assigned a location in the residence, which would have been the northwest bedroom, which was identified as Zachariah Rasch's bedroom.
Okay. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 91 through 124. And if you could just go through those and look through those exhibits.
You said through 124?
Is that correct?
Yes.
And send 124 of those exhibits. Do you recognize 91 through 124?
I do.
And what are 91 through 124?
Those are photos from the original search warrant conducted and the secondary subsequent follow-up of the next day search warrant conducted at N3251 Wood Road.
Okay. So I'd move Exhibit 91 through 124 into evidence and permission to publish those to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
They will be received. Permission to publish.
So we'll start with 91. And if we could get the lights, please, Judge. What are we looking at here?
This is the front door and porch area of the residence.
And when we served the first search warrant, it was dark, correct?
That is correct.
And so this door, we did have a laser pointer. I don't know what. No,
I think I have it right here.
oh, perfect. Can you just show where that front door is?
Front door would be right here.
And is that how you entered the residence?
Yes.
And then this window here, what was inside of the residence, the window, the two double windows that we're looking at right there?
These windows here?
Correct.
This would be a bedroom or a room that was we were unable to gain access initially because it was, I guess, barricaded.
Okay. Barricaded, like someone had barricaded themselves inside or something else?
There was an extensive amount of property inside the residence, that basically made it unable for us to navigate into the room.
Okay, 92. What are we
That-
looking at here?
That is where I was stationed initially for this first search warrant. That would be the southeast corner of the residence, I believe.
So is this the back of the house or the front of the house?
I'm sorry, this is the back of the house. This would be the windows of Zachariah Rasch's room.
Okay, so not, is that still the southeast?
No, that would be the northwest room.
Okay. So you were initially on the other side of the residence, but now we're looking at here, the windows to Zach Rasch's room, correct?
Yes, I misspoke. I was 180 from this initially where I was stationed. This photo is of the exterior of Zachariah Rasch's room.
And later on, the next day, do these windows become significant? Do we do something through these windows?
Yes, we do.
And what do we do through these windows?
We use those windows to remove items from the residence, to place them outside on a tarp, to conduct a thorough search of the bedroom.
Okay, so moving to 93. What are we looking at here?
That's a Buick Encore that is registered to Scott and Mary Rasch. That was located on the property on the night of the search warrant.
94
Same vehicle.
and 95.
Same vehicle, front end.
And did law enforcement initially take custody of this vehicle? If you can recall?
On that night, I don't believe so.
Okay. And then 96.
That is the bedroom of Zachariah Rasch.
So talk about how we would have gotten in, like the path from the front door to this bedroom, what it looked like.
From the front door to this bedroom?
Yes.
So the house was very cluttered, and there was a single file walking path about maybe a foot wide to each room, whether that be the master bedroom, a bathroom, the kitchen, the laundry room, or to this bedroom. I want it to be known to the jury that anytime that you see the writing underneath a picture here, this is from the state crime lab, which would be on our second search. The very first search won't have the writing. The second search, which is the very next day, which we'll get to, I just want you guys to know that these aren't the initial search photos. They're going to be intermingled.
During that search for the first search, the early morning hours of the 26th, so basically 1 a.m. in the morning on the 26th, did we take any property or move anything substantially aside? I know we took the phone, but did we take any other property?
Yes, on the very first search we took, I remember taking receipts that we actually physically removed from the residence, and I believe we took some other electronics from the residence as well.
Okay, so we'll get through those. So 90, moving on to 96. What are we looking at here?
This is 97.
I'm sorry, 90. Okay, so we. Oh, 96 might have just been a duplicate of. 96 was this is 96 here that we're looking at.
That's correct.
Thank you. Moving on to 97. Thank you.
97 is another photograph of Zachariah Rasch's room. The TV would be on the, I guess in theory, south wall.
And so it's hard to see right now, but is there something of significance in this photo that you observed?
Yes, there is a handgun right here. Sorry for the shaking.
He's pointing to, he lays in the area immediately around what appears to be a television. In the photo.
So we'll go on to 98. And what are we looking at here?
Right there, you're looking at what appears to be a fully loaded handgun in a holster, and it was on a dresser just below the TV.
And that night of the search warrant, did you do anything with that handgun?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
Obviously, you can see from the photos, there was a very cluttered room. I wanted to make sure that it was a safe environment for multiple people to be in such tight quarters, with it being, I guess, a little bit messy. I ended up taking the gun. I made sure to remove the magazine, and I ejected a round, checked to see if there was a live round in the gun. I did that, and I put it back. That's all I did. I just deemed it safe. Therefore, there was no issues, no accidents as we moved about the room.
And then was that gun ultimately taken into custody?
On the second search warrant, yes.
So I'm going to show you Exhibit 132 and 133, starting with 132. Can you, again, did you pre-open that exhibit?
Yes, I did.
And
yes, Detective Cotney did.
Thank you for clarifying that. And that was done this morning in your presence?
Yes.
And did you confirm that that was properly sealed before it was opened?
Yes, I did.
Was that item previously sent to the crime lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and then if you could just open that. Well, first, can you, before you open it, can you just maybe close it up and talk briefly about the markings on the outside? We've talked about some of that before, but just so the jury can understand what we do, especially with firearms.
Okay. Typically with firearms, you can see on the back here, there's a bunch of holes in the box. So when we place a firearm into a box, we'll actually end up zip tying it. Therefore, it's not just a loose firearm moving around, and then it doesn't cause any friction on the weapon as well. Along with that, once it is secured in the box, we will obviously, as you can see, because there's holes in the back, it might be difficult to see, but there are small perforations for all the zip ties to go through. We don't make our own holes. We just use a pre-existing one. We cover all those holes, along with all the seams on the side as well. So everything was, in theory, taped up and secure with evidence tape 360 degrees.
And then if you can open that up.
And I don't know if we just touch base on
sorry.
it, but
Thank you.
anytime that you see an overlapping piece of tape, or whether it be on the cardboard or not, we'll initial, date, sign. And on the back, because we have multiple layers of tape, you'll see one big initial. Therefore, if it was altered and anything else, this would be very difficult for somebody to try and open this package up.
And then there's a yellow label and I think a green label on the front. What do those signify?
The green label signifies it's cleared, and that was, so the weapon is cleared, deemed safe, and that was on 7/3/24. And the yellow label states the Milwaukee Lab, which has a case number associated R24-1767, and number sign D, Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
So Milwaukee, how many, well, at least that the Dodge County utilizes, how many crime labs does the Dodge County Sheriff's Office utilize?
Typically the one.
The one in Milwaukee or somewhere else?
The one in Milwaukee.
And then do we also utilize, though, a crime lab in Madison?
Yes.
So for firearms, though, it's primarily which location?
It's Milwaukee.
But for other testing, say DNA, what lab would we use?
Yes, we would use Madison.
Okay. So, and then now if we could open the firearm, please, and show that. And is the firearm secured within the box?
It is, maybe. No, it's not.
Oh, it's loose in there.
It is loose.
Oh, okay.
But all the original zip ties are on there. That's why I assumed it was.
So safely, well, obviously it's unloaded at this point, correct?
Right, so I have multiple things in here. I have unfired cartridge from the chamber. I have unfired cartridge reportedly from chamber. And then I have the magazine and another piece of evidence that doesn't, another magazine from the holster. Do you want me to?
Just the physical firearm at this point,
Okay.
If you could hold that up and display that. And that's the same physical firearm that you located within the bedroom, correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, if we could go, we can close that box.
Okay.
And we can go to let me ask you this. When you made contact with it, can you describe, was it loaded, not loaded, something else? Can you describe the state of the firearm?
On the initial search, it is very close to what you would have seen in those pictures where it was rested on the dresser underneath the TV. Again, I pulled it out of the holster. I dropped the magazine, hit the magazine release slide, set that off to the side. I ejected one live round that was in the chamber, set that off to the side. I had my partner, I believe it was at that time Deputy Trevarthen, verify, hey, is it clear? Yes, it's clear. And I put it back on the shelf. That's really all I did.
And now moving to 133, if you could get that out there, and I'll return. If you can just, you can, again, that was opened this morning.
Yes, by Detective Cotney in my presence, and it was sealed beforehand.
And what is contained in 133?
In 133, it's labeled as 177-116, holster from 177-29. You can just see that it's a holster that the gun was in when I initially located it.
And that was also sent to the crime lab and tested, correct?
Yes, it was.
And how do we know that? By looking at the packaging again?
There is a yellow label on there that says Dodge County Sheriff's Office. And I recognize it to be a lab.
There's a lab case number, correct?
Then there's a lab case number dated R24-1767, number 2, which is the same case number I read earlier.
Perfect. Now moving on to our next photo here is going to be 99. Again, another angle of that firearm, correct?
That's correct.
100. And then what are we looking at there?
This is on the second search warrant when we took the gun into custody or into evidence, and that was done by the State Crime Lab.
So is it fair to say that's that box that we just looked at, pre-zip tying, taping, packaging, all of those things?
Yes.
Sorry, I was writing these down. We're at 101 now, is that right?
That's correct.
What are we looking at on 101?
That is 2 boxes of federal 9mm ammunition located on the dresser behind the closet door in Zachariah Rasch's bedroom.
This was present, though, during your initial search warrant as well, correct?
Yes.
And can you describe this ammunition, please?
This is what I would call like a typical range ammunition. It's not something that you would go, I guess, hunt with, or you would probably keep on you with for self-defense. This is just something that you would buy. It's cheap ammo that you would target, shoot, and get familiar with your weapon.
102.
That shows the exact same ammunition we talked about before. However, this time you can see that there are 10 rounds missing from one of the boxes.
Okay, 103.
103 is hollow point cartridges, projectiles. So these are for like reloading. These aren't an actual bullet. It doesn't go boom. It's literally just what you can see in the picture here. It's the top of a cartridge, or top of a bullet. And basically it's for reloading purposes.
Can you describe that a little bit more? I know that maybe some of our jurors are probably familiar with what that means, but just in case, what would you have to do to make this capable of firing?
So you'd have to take a brass shell casing, put a primer in it, put gunpowder in it, and then put what you're seeing, that would be pressed onto the very top of that cartridge, and that would, that cartridge, and that would, essentially what you're looking at is the projectile only. The projectile that you're looking at, these hollow points, this would be something that somebody would purchase or use for self-defense or to, I guess, try and kill something.
Did you find any of that gunpowder or the cartridge? Did you find the makings to make this a full bullet capable of firing?
No, I did not.
Going to we're on 104 now, correct?
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
104 is range Remington 9mm ammunition. You can see right on the box, it's kind of I guess flashed out, but it says range right on it. Again, some cheaper ammunition that you would use to get familiar with your weapon.
Is that similar to what we saw, and I think it was 101 or 102, the range ammunition that was sitting on the dresser?
It's similar, different brand, but very similar.
Okay. Moving on to 105.
So the 2 boxes of federal ammunition that you saw on top of his dresser, right behind the dresser, or right behind the closet door, that is that open spot on the dresser by the lighter. That's where that ammunition was. What you see in that drawer is
Maybe
an
we
amount
could
of.
get the lights, Judge, please, so that there's not as much glare there. And if you could use your laser pointer to point out, just so everyone sees what you're talking about.
So the federal ammunition was sitting here. The top drawer was, when it was opened, you can see that there's a large sum of cash here. Deputy Trevarthen and I verified that together as $1,800.
And did you take custody of that cash?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Continue on to 105.
106.
106, thank you.
106 is a picture of, obviously you can see Snoopy there, and that's from the inside of Zachariah Rasch's bedroom. There is some cash here. I don't have an exact amount. And then right here there is an envelope it's a plain envelope with the name handwritten on it, Crystal Rasch. Inside that envelope are medical records from Watertown Regional Medical Center, and they're Crystal Rasch's medical records.
Okay. 108.
108 are receipts located in Zachariah Rasch's bedroom.
109.
Those are the same receipts. The 2 small ones you can see are like a printout. If you were going to look up what oil filter you might need for a vehicle, it prints out a machine so you can walk it over and verify it. And the Walmart receipt that you can see, that is dated from 6/22/2024 from Walmart in Watertown. The total was $86.85. A SNAP card or EBT card was used to deduct some of that money, ending up being $71.76. And then there was $100 cash back taken, and that was from an account associated with, I believe it's 7984. I'm looking. I'm sorry, 8942, I believe it is.
Okay.
Which 8942 is a debit card associated with Crystal Rasch.
Thank you. And then we're on 109, correct?
That's correct.
What are we looking at here?
That is right behind the door when you walk into Zachariah Rasch's room. There's a grandfather clock, and then there's receipts on top of the grandfather clock. You can see them hanging down here. These are the receipts.
Okay. 110.
110 is a ATM withdrawal from an account associated with Zachariah Rasch ending in 9499, and it's for $100, and that was on 6/11/2024 at 10:40 p.m.
Okay.
111.
111.
Exhibit 111 is a Walmart receipt from Beaver Dam. Subtotal was $112. There's an EBT or SNAP card used. And then again, $100 cash back with the account, with the card associated with 8942. And that was on 6/18/24 at 8:51 in the morning.
Okay. 112, correct?
That's correct.
And what are we looking at there?
That is a Walmart receipt located in Zachariah Rasch's bedroom from Watertown, Wisconsin Walmart. The total was $46.07, and there's another $100 cash back, again from the debit card ending in 8942 associated with Crystal Rasch.
Okay. 113.
And I believe, if I didn't say, that was on 6/19/24.
Thank you.
119 is a balance inquiry only. There was no cash withdrawn, and that was from 6/20/2024. Sorry if I repeated myself. That was from the account associated with Crystal Rasch, ending in 8942.
I'm sorry, that was 113, correct? Exhibit 113?
Yes.
Thank you. Exhibit 114?
Exhibit 114 is, you can see there is a mattress on the floor where it appears Zachariah Rasch would sleep. And next to that mattress is a cell phone located on the floor. It is right here.
And so that's in the middle, sort of middle top of the picture, just to the right of the mattress. Is that accurate?
Yeah, right to the right of this mattress, there's a black spot in basically almost the center of the photograph.
Okay, and 115?
That's that cell phone, and you can see the back side of it because it's flipped over.
And then did we later do any analysis on that cell phone?
Yes, I believe I had one of my partners in the office download that cell phone so I could review it.
Okay. 116?
116 is a bookshelf that was located inside Zachariah Rasch's bedroom. It's immediately to your right as you enter the door. I located two things of significance on this bookshelf. One was a credit card related to Crystal Rasch.
And I think so we'll go to 117.
Nope, that'll be a cell phone.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're fine. And the other item of interest, which was located, so we'll just tell you right away, the cell phone is on the right-hand side here, and the credit card I speak about is located on the left-hand side here in like a handkerchief or towel.
Okay, so we'll go to 117.
117 is in, the cell phone I just referenced, and again, it was located on the bookshelf on the right-hand side.
Did we attempt to analyze that phone as well?
Yes, it was an older phone, and I don't believe there's anything of evidentiary value that came off of that cell phone.
The blue Motorola, was there anything of evidentiary value on that you recall?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Moving on to 118, right?
Yes.
And what do we see in 118?
That's just a picture of, I believe that's actually the blue Motorola.
Exhibit 118 is the blue Motorola?
I believe that's the blue Motorola.
Oh, okay. Just the other
It's just,
side
yes.
of the blue Motorola.
So you would have seen earlier the back side, it was a blue, showing the blue case. The front side just shows that it's in the case and it, I guess, showing the screen. We do that a lot of times because cell phones have cracks or cracks on the protective layers, and it just helps identify, all right, this is one and the same.
So going to one, so that's not the cell phone from the bookshelf. We don't have a separate picture from the cell phone from the bookshelf.
I don't believe that's the cell phone from the bookshelf. I believe that's the cell phone of the blue Motorola.
That's fine. 119.
119 is the credit card, which I spoke about locating, that belongs to Crystal Rasch, and it was located in what I believe to be like a red handkerchief or towel.
And then moving to 120.
Just shows that it is a Capital One credit card belonging to Crystal Rasch.
121.
This shows that it is potentially an active card, as the expiration date says it's valid through 1 of 2029.
Not that debit card that we've been referencing, though.
That is
right?
not. This one ends in 0062.
Okay, so moving on to 122.
122, this is a photograph of the second search warrant. You can see that there's grass in the photo down here. That is, again, because we had ended up taking all of the items, not all of a lot of the items from the bedroom out through the window to put on the tarp and on the ground so we could do a thorough search. And what you see by this cone is I believe it's called like a portable air conditioner, or like a 5-in-1 air conditioner. You load it with, you would pour water into it, then I think it has an electric fan and it helps cool you. It's not like an actual like Freon air conditioner, but it helps cool the air inside a room.
Why did you believe that had evidentiary value?
We have evidence of him purchasing this exact same portable air conditioner on a receipt located in his bedroom.
And purchasing with what account?
The Crystal Rasch ending in 8942.
Okay, thank you. Now 123, right?
123 is correct.
And what are we looking at here?
That is a black Chevy Silverado t-shirt located in the bedroom of Zachariah Rasch.
And why did we believe that was significant?
So in reviewing video of trying to find a timeline of Crystal Rasch, of where she was, This shirt comes into play on a couple occasions. Number one, on June 11th, 2024, Crystal Rasch is seen with Zachariah Rasch in Culver's in, I believe it was Oconomowoc, and he is wearing this exact same shirt. Of note, 6/11 is the last time that we ever see Crystal Rasch alive. Subsequently, on 6/22/2024, Zachariah Rasch is seen wearing this shirt again in Johnson's Creek and in Watertown.
And then did we take custody of that shirt?
Yes, we did. And you can see underneath the reflection of the tarp, that just means that, again, it was removed from the bedroom and it was taken outside, placed on the tarp where we took custody of it.
Okay. And then I didn't know exhibit number I handed you. And I'm sorry, I'm not showing
134.
134. Not doing a very good job of showing you guys these physical exhibits. Can you tell me what 134 is?
134 is listed as with our Dodge County case number, and then 177-102 black Silverado T-shirt. It also has a yellow Milwaukee Lab number, the same number, R24-1767, number H.
And so that was tested by, or at least sent to the crime lab, correct?
Yes.
Again, was that pre-opened this morning?
Yes, it was by Detective Cotney in my presence.
And it was sealed prior to opening.
Yes, it was.
If you could just take that shirt out and show that to the jury, please. Okay, so I believe we're on photo 123, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, moving on. What are we looking at here?
This is a Reebok gray T-shirt located in the bedroom of Zachariah Rasch.
And why did we think that was important?
There was stains on it that could be perceived as like a red stain.
Okay. And I'm going to show you Exhibit 135. What is that exhibit?
135 is described as 222-3 Reebok T-shirt, and that's about it.
Was it pre-opened as well?
Yes, it was by Detective Cotney in my presence this morning.
Okay, and if you can just pull that out and hold that up for the jury. And this would be something that was located the night, in the evening, or by the crime lab, or I guess we're not sure because the picture's not a crime lab photo, correct?
That's correct.
So moving on to picture 124. Oh, I guess we're done. Is that the conclusion of the photos from the search?
That is correct.
Is that correct? So anything else during the search of the inside that you located that had significant evidentiary value?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. So during the course of this investigation, is it fair to say that you were assigned a variety of other tasks?
Yes, I was. However, I will say on both the first and second search warrant, my primary focus was on the bedroom of Zachariah Rasch.
Okay. And after we completed the search of the residence, did we come to learn that Mr. Rasch had terminated his parental rights?
Yes, we did.
And so did we do anything to confirm that he, in fact, was the individual who had signed off on his parental rights?
Yes, I made contact with Ian Dodge, a member here at the Dodge County Sheriff's Office, who was able to provide me some video of that, I guess, hearing per se.
And I'm going to show you what I've marked Exhibit 125. And so it's going to be 125, 2, 3, let's see. Exhibit 125, 1 through 5. You just look through that and tell me what that is.
These are still shots from the video I reviewed of the day of the termination.
So you reviewed the entire video, correct?
I did.
And then we just have the still shots here today, correct?
Yes.
So I'd move Exhibit 125 in its entirety into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
And permission to publish, too. I apologize.
You may.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at a blue, it is blue. It's a pickup truck pulling into the court parking lot, which you guys probably all did today. It just shows that it's a blue four-door Dodge Ram, and that was the vehicle that Zachariah Rasch exited, and it was also located on his property the
Okay.
night of the search warrant.
And the time that it pulled in?
It's 8:49 a.m.
And do you know the courthouse cameras to be accurate?
Yes, I do. And it was also on June 17th, 2024.
Thank you. Going on to 125-2.
This is the lobby of the court, or of the child support agency on the third level of this building.
And then who do we see in this photo?
You see Zachariah Rasch on the farthest away, right here.
There's another person, looks like in a suit, shirt, and tie in front of him, correct?
That's correct.
And when you circled the person, so it was in the top left portion of the photo, is that accurate, right? Kind of in front of the door that's in the photo?
Yes, he almost blends in with the door here. It's right here. This is Zachariah Rasch.
And then moving on to number 3. And what do we see here?
The same two people that we saw in the previous photo. However, now you can see Zachariah Rasch standing here, shirt and jeans.
And you're circling a person sort of in the front middle portion of the photo. And what does it look like he's looking at there?
Appears to be a TV on the wall, and he's got his arms crossed.
Okay, and then 4.
That is branch 2. You can see Zachariah Rasch right here, seated at the table, again with what appears to be his attorney. Same two guys on this table right here.
Okay, and then 5.
That is, you can see the vehicle that Zachariah Rasch came in, leaves as well. I watched him get into that vehicle and leave the courthouse on June 17th, 2024 at 8:49 a.m.
And did he come alone?
Yes.
And did he leave alone?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you do an analysis of that red Samsung cell phone?
I did a manual review, and I also reviewed an analysis report that was done by one of my colleagues.
And so first let's talk about what does that mean? Well, when we get a cell phone as law enforcement, what are the important, let me back up even further. Have you been trained on the searching of cell phones, generally?
Yes.
And what are some of the things that you've been trained on for searching cell phones?
Some of the things I've been trained on are deleted items, the deleted folders, the notepad, looking through I guess, trying to find, I guess, secretive apps where you can store some things. So there's a multitude of things that to the naked eye, it would just look like a camera application. You can download a camera application that will store all your photos that nobody else would have access to. You have to enter a pad a calculator application where you enter a code and it opens up and you can store your stuff in there. You just look for like duplicate applications that just seem like, why would you have two calculators or two, photograph apps? It's things in regards to that.
Backing up even further, what are some important things that we have to do as law enforcement to preserve the evidence when we get a phone?
Well, right away, we typically like to put our phones on airplane mode. If possible, you could throw it into like a Faraday bag, which is a bag that will lock it in the chamber and not let it have cell phone communication to towers and whatnot. We often like to try and get either consent and or a warrant, and also the PIN to get into the phone.
And in this case, did we in fact get consent to the phone?
Yes, we did.
And did we get a pen, or did we do something so that we didn't have to utilize the pen on the phone?
I believe we got a PIN, but I don't recall.
But you were able to get into the phone.
Yes, I was.
Then, so we have a manual review, and so what does that mean, a manual review?
A manual review is basically, if you hand me your cell phone, I can look through anything I can access with my finger. I'm scrolling through, looking through. That's a manual review. I'm not deep diving into something that pulling out files that you may have, like trying to run an extra file or an extra program to try and pull more information out. It's just simply what I can view on your phone to the naked eye.
And did we also take the phone somewhere to be downloaded?
Yes, we did.
And what does that mean, downloaded?
So basically, when there's a couple different programs out there, there's like Great Key, there's Celebrate, there's some other things. With that being said, you basically take the phone, you plug it into a computer system, you run a program. I'm not certified in that. I've watched my partners do it. I understand the concept behind it. And what that does is it will take the data off the cell phone and they'll put it into like a user-friendly report that's searchable and organized. So it'll go chronologically by date. You can organize photos and videos and text messages, etc. With that, it's much easier to navigate. And what I will say, it's not a 100% replica of the phone. It will never add extra information, but you might not get everything off of the phone. I mean, technology is only so good.
And so we did both of those things, correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you first Exhibit 129 and 130. What are these two exhibits?
129 we'll start with. You can see the word, it says Celebrate right on there. That is the program that we use to download this cell phone. There's a report creation date and time, which is listed, as well as the extraction date and time. It will give you the whether it's the IED, or it'll give you the information of the cell phone to basically associate the cell phone to the report. It will list out, user accounts, and that's basically what this first one is for Exhibit 129. It shows the accounts and the device.
And so that just tells us who, and going on to page 2 of that, going on to page 3 of that, it shows you on line 4 email address associated with the phone, correct?
Yes, it says creation time username, Zach and Crystal 2008 at gmail.com.
And then there's some other user information on this, correct?
That is correct.
And that would does that show us that Zach Rasch was the primary person that was using this phone?
Yes.
And he also had it on his person, correct?
Yes, the cell phone was located on his person.
Okay. And then I want to go to Exhibit 130. And what is Exhibit 130?
Exhibit 130 is a 308-page document stating the extraction report of a Google Android web history, and there appears to be 1,655 searches completed.
Now, is this report for every single web search that was on the phone?
No, it is not.
And what web searches would this report memorialize that was on the phone?
This would report any web search done from January 17th, 2024 to July 1st, 2024.
Okay. And why did we do a report just for those dates and not every single web search that was done on the phone?
It is hard to determine when the phone would have been used by received by Zachariah Rasch. And if we would have taken everything, we could be looking at a multiple thousand-page report here. These are the date range of interest to us in regards to Crystal being missing.
So here, I guess my question is, approximately, could have been upwards of 10,000 pages of information if we would have taken put a document together for every single web search that was conducted on that phone.
Absolutely. This is only 6 months and it's 300 pages.
And likewise, this does not include all of the data. Like, this doesn't include text messages, this doesn't include Facebook messages, this doesn't include any other type of application that was utilized by the phone. This is just web search history that was captured by the phone, correct?
Yes, this is a very small piece of information. If you printed the entire report, I don't know how many reams of paper you would have.
So that's what this small little device here contains probably hundreds and thousands of physical pages of information, correct?
Absolutely.
So now, when you were doing a manual review of the device, did you take screenshots of the device?
Yes, I did.
For things that you believe were relevant?
I did.
Is it fair to say that there's also screenshots that you took that we ultimately determined that maybe weren't 100? You took screenshots of everything that could be relevant, correct?
Yes, I did.
And then was there ultimately a PowerPoint presentation that was put together that contained those screenshots of the most relevant information?
Yes.
So I'm showing you, I don't even know where we left off.
126.
I guess I should say I don't know where we ended. So I'm showing you a document that contains Exhibit 126 through 196. Can you just briefly look through that and let me know if that is in fact the remainder of the PowerPoint presentation that was put together for your testimony here? Because they're kind of out of order.
In a quick review, I see one page not marked as an exhibit. Never mind, they coincide. Yes, it looks to be correct.
Sorry, I guess I should. My assistants over here are clarifying. So it's not exhibits 126 through 196. It would be 126, 127, 128, and then 131 through 196, correct? Because we used some of those other exhibit numbers for the physical exhibits. Everything I gave you, you recognize, correct?
Yes, I do. I'm just verifying the numbers that you just gave me. Yes, so there's a gap in between 128 and 136.
Between 138 and 136, you stated, correct?
128 and 136.
Thank you. So you have 124 through 128, correct?
No, I have start with 126 here.
126 through 128, and then 136 through 196, correct?
Yes.
I would move all of those exhibits into evidence and then permission to publish to the jury.
Any objections? No. Received. They can be published.
All right, so we're starting with, and if you can just correct me if I get any of these exhibit numbers wrong, please, as you have been doing. So now we're on 126, correct?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is from a manual review of the phone. This is from Zach Jr., so Zachariah Rasch's son. And on June 11th at 8:17 p.m., Zachariah Rasch, here today, says, so Zachariah Rasch, or the cell phone that I'm looking at, is going to be in the blue or the purple here. Anything in gray is going to be received. Anything in the purple or blue is going to be sent from the phone. He says, have you heard from Crystal? And that is, again, on June 11th at 8:17 p.m.
And that is going to be the time that the device was in at the time that it was sent, correct?
Yes.
And this, I mean, so that would be obviously our time. That's in Kleiman, Wisconsin.
That's correct. And Zach Jr. says nope. And then Zachariah Rasch says, okay. The conversation ends.
And then the remainder of this conversation, not necessarily pertinent to this investigation, correct?
I would agree.
And then going on to, so we'll call that 126-2, so the continuation of their chat communication.
So 10 days later, you can see June 21st at 10:56 a.m. There are some messages exchanged. However, if you go towards the bottom, again, we're still looking at June 21st. He says again to his son, have you heard from Crystal? And Zach Jr. says, nope.
And we're not going to go through the content per se, but what are they generally talking about at the top?
It appears to be a camper that I believe would be for land up in Adams County.
Okay. And then going on to 126-3.
This is a continuation, but we wanted to get the date for you guys to understand where this comes into play. So this is a continuation of the message. Have you heard from Crystal? Nope. And then Zachariah Rasch says, she's pissed, I think. I told her I was done fighting for the kids to come home, and I was giving up all my rights because of what she all said. I got a copy of everything. She said Grandma read it and was shocked. His son replies, yeah. On June 21st at 12:36 p.m., Zachariah Rasch says, she's mad now because I signed my rights off. It's her fault. His son says, yeah, she fucked it all up. Then he replies, Zachariah Rasch replies, she told them I can't be trusted alone with kids. His son replies, that's fucked up.
Then going on to, is there one final?
Yes.
Okay. And that's, sorry, we're on 126. This is the third page, correct?
It'd be the fourth page total.
Fourth page, thank you. And then what's the continuation?
Continuation, Zachariah Rasch says, yeah, it is.
Okay, and we'll end there. Going on to the next, so this would be 127, correct?
Yes.
And who is this a message between?
This is between Zachariah Rasch and his mother, Mary Rasch.
And how do we know Mary is his mother, Mary Rasch?
They were in their house together. They lived together. I
Just
don't know.
through the course of the investigation, you'll confirm that this is her profile
Correct.
information. So same deal that the purple, it looks purple to me, purple or blue, stuff on the right side is Zach's and the left side is Mary, correct?
That is correct.
So what does Zach say?
For the entire conversation?
Yes.
So Zach says, you went to Watertown and got ripped off. Mary says, yep. Zach says, I will never go to Watertown again. I got headlights this morning. I had to meet someone to get them. Mary replies, Dad always does. Really? Where did you have to meet them? At. How much were they? Zach replies, they were $25 in Columbus. They're LED ones. Mary says, wow. Zach says, I've never closed those kind before. The lady said she ordered a set from Walmart and she got 2 sets. Mary says, really?
And then going on to the next page, so page 2 of 127.
Zach says, I looked them up on Walmart.com and they're $100 for the set. Mary says, wow, holy crap. Zach replies, right, I would never spend that much on a set. Mary says, right.
Then continuing on to 3.
Zach says, I always spent around $20 for a set on eBay, but I need them ASAP, so I spent $5 more than I usually do. Mary replies, yeah, but they are new. Zach says, yeah.
And then looks like there's, so that above message, we don't know exactly, there was no time, there was no date exactly on that screenshot, correct?
That's correct.
But on this missed call here, what is the date of that missed call?
Retracting, I can tell you that the initial conversation that I read to you guys was on June 12th.
I'm sorry, how did you know that?
Because on June 11th, Zachariah Rasch is seen at O'Reilly's purchasing the exact same headlights he's speaking of.
And did he purchasing them in the parking lot from someone for?
No, there's a
$25?
receipt. There's a receipt that he purchased for the headlight. The LED headlights were a little over $100, and he purchased at the store.
Okay. Then it looks like here there's another conversation, and we'll go to page 4 of that conversation. Or there's not a page 4. We'll end it there. Okay.
This is page 3, yeah.
Page 3.
Did you want to reference anything on that last page?
Oh. So going on to the next screenshot that we have, 128, right?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is a conversation between what appears to be Crystal Rasch and Zachariah Rasch.
Okay, and is this, no, you were not in charge of the Facebook information, right?
Just the manual review.
Right, but you didn't pull Facebook records and go through that, but did you know Crystal's original Facebook account and whether or not this was Crystal's original Facebook account?
Again, this is a manual review. If some of you guys have Facebook or Messenger, you know that, or I should say you know, but if you click on this profile picture right here, you can click View Profile, which I did. When I clicked on View Profile, it was Crystal Rasch. She had one friend. It was Mary Rasch. I believe it was one friend of Mary Rasch. And there was no photographs, no posts, no nothing on there. And it appeared to be newly created.
Okay, and the message that was sent purportedly to be from the Crystal Rasch account, what date was that sent?
June 23rd at 10:13 p.m.
And what is the message?
From
The Crystal Rasch
From
account?
Crystal Rasch, it states, I am fine. People need to stop.
And then from Zach Rasch account?
Zach says, where are you? And you can see underneath that message, it says, you can now message and call each other and see info like active status, when you've read messages, which means this is a newly linked account with each other. There hasn't been prior conversations or associations with one another.
And then the gray, and how do you know that information that you just said, how do you know that? Based on your training and experience?
Training experience and personal life.
Thank you. And then the gray,
Crystal states, a
Go
person
ahead.
perceived to be Crystal states, I just can't believe someone called the cops. I'm an adult. I'm not a child. She again states, who called them? Zach replies, I don't know. Where are you? I miss you and love you. Crystal replies, I'm fine. I'll be back when I'm ready.
and then going on, this is 128, correct?
This is 128, page 2 now.
Okay.
The same date. 10/47. Okay, so after it says, I'm fine, I'll be back when I'm ready, you can see Zach replies, why are you doing this? And then it says it couldn't send. That was on June 23rd at 10:47 p.m. And then I don't know what was attempted to be sent at June 26th. I don't know why that says that it could not send.
Okay. And you don't know why it says it couldn't send,
Correct.
correct? Okay. So now moving to 129. Sorry, is this 129 or
136.
136, thank you. What, now we've switched from these communication screenshots, correct?
That's correct.
And what are we looking at now?
Right now, we are looking at the Google, specifically Google, web history search. So on your phone, if you allow your phone to, I guess, track you or, log some of the searches that you've done before, you can go into your Google account, you can click search history, and at that point it will tell you anything and everything that you've ever searched in your Google account. And some of these screenshots you'll see, these are screenshots of dates and times of what was searched on any device that was logged into or anybody that would have access to the account associated with Zachariah Rasch.
And that's the Google account, Zach and Crystal Rasch 2008 at gmail.com, correct?
I believe so.
And that's the Google account that was logged into Zachariah Rasch's phone at the time that you did the manual review, correct?
Correct. When I did the manual review, this is from the account that was logged in on the cell phone that I removed from his pocket on the night of the very first search warrant.
Okay, and so the first search that you found to be relevant, what date was that?
February 2nd at 7:09 p.m.
And can you see that okay from where you're sitting? We can also see it on the screen. We can also zoom in if you need us to.
If I'm good to use my handouts here, I can see them on here for now.
Okay, but we can also, so going to, and I'm sorry, you said February 2nd, 7:09 p.m., correct?
Correct, and it is 2024. I know it's not listed up there, but that is the year. It's current for during this investigation.
And then there it says unknown device, right?
That's correct.
And then going to, that's 136, correct?
Yes. Did you want me to read the search, or we don't?
Oh, yes, please. I'm sorry. I thought we already did that. Thank you for...
He searched for, can infidelity hurt you in divorce in Wisconsin?
Okay, and then going to 137.
February 2nd, 9:33 p.m. Cheating spouse in divorce.
And what time was that searched?
9:33 p.m. on February 2nd, 2024.
Okay, and 138.
On February 2nd at 9:40 p.m. 2024, it searched cheating spouse in divorce in Wisconsin.
Okay. And 939. What are we looking at now?
So 939, when we talked about Exhibit 130, which is this big stack of web history off of the Celebrate download. Again, the Celebrate is the information pulled from the cell phone, but it's again organized in a way that we can navigate it a little better. So when you see this screen, they're all going to look like this. Anything that looks like this, especially when it says a page 90 on it or page whatever on top, those are all going to be from Celebrate. It's still from the cell phone, but it's not from my manual review. It's from the extraction of the phone.
And then, so if we can If I can have my trusty assistant here zoom in first on line 520.
On 520. So that is February 2nd at 8:48 p.m. And he is searching the Wisconsin Circuit Court Access website.
And you just, so I'm sure everyone can see and follow along, but if you can just show you're getting the time from which column?
Right here. This, I would call it, quote unquote, the middle column. So it's February 2nd, 2024, 8:48 p.m. And then this will be the website. And sometimes you'll see over here an actual an actual terminology that's searched.
Okay, and then if we can go over, I don't know if it's, yeah, there we go. And then this information in this bar column, what is this just showing us, basically?
This is the source file, which is, it's from the Samsung, so from the cell phone, and this is all computer, I will say mumble jumble, that somebody smarter than I can diagnose, but it just shows that it's from the cell phone.
That very top part, though, when it says Chrome, what does that mean?
That's a browser,
Okay.
like an internet-based Chrome browser.
And is that an application that would be on the phone?
So it can be on access via website, or typically a cell phone will have, and especially on Android, it will have what's called a widget. So you typically type into your Google search bar. It's a widget that you can move around on your phone, like how do I get to Milwaukee, or how do I how do I bake a cake? That's a widget form in Chrome.
Widget and application look the same, but the terminology is different, correct?
Yes.
So, yep, go back over. So now let's get to line 521. What do we see there?
521 is searched, how can adultery affect division of assets? And it's from a website, Diggs and Sadler, which is searched on February 2nd, 2024 at 9:36 p.m.
And just remind, and what time was that?
9:36 p.m.
And then just remind me, going back to our screenshots, when do our screenshots start?
Cheating spouse and divorce for a screenshot is at 9:33 p.m. on the same day. And then again, cheating spouse and divorce in Wisconsin is at 9:40 p.m. on the same day.
So about the same time frame, right?
Right?
So even though that is for just the profile searching, this shows that the actual device is searching similar information, right?
That is correct. So what I want to correlate is the fact of my manual review and the extraction of the cell phone shows that this cell phone did search what was on the Google account.
Okay. And then going down to line 522, what are we seeing there?
522 is understanding adultery and affairs in Wisconsin divorce. Ohiku law. That's February 2nd, 2024 at 9:37 p.m. Same time frame.
Okay. Moving on to our next column of page 90, if we can zoom. So this is page 90 of exhibit. Sorry, what's my exhibit number?
138.
That's the big one, is 138?
No, it's just 138 for these 3 pages.
Sorry. Oh.
Because we're in the smaller ones.
Nope. So this would be, this is exhibit 130, page 90 of exhibit 130.
That's correct.
So column, 130 is the, page 90 of exhibit 130. So we're just all confirming that the record is clear. This is a continuation of page 90 on exhibit 130. Now we're on column 524. What is searched on the phone?
How to send a text with a different number.
Now that was not in your screenshot search, right?
I did not screenshot it, and it's not here, no.
Okay. And then, but that was captured in the Celebrite download from
Correct.
the device.
Correct, from the cell phone.
Okay. And then on the next day, what do we have him searching?
So on February 3rd, 2024, he searches 23 FA 317, which is the case number associated with Dodge County divorce between Zachariah Rasch and Crystal Rasch.
And then also on February 5th, what does he search?
The exact same thing, the 23 FA 317, and that is the divorce associated with him and Crystal Rasch.
Okay, so now our next slide, which would be, I think, Exhibit 139, correct?
That's correct.
And what date are we on now?
February 20th at 6:30 p.m.
Okay, and what is our search now?
9mm gun silencer.
And remind me again, what kind of gun did you find in the room?
It was a 9mm,
Okay.
the caliber.
And what type of gun was that?
A Taurus.
Okay. And this was searched on February 20th at what time?
6:30 p.m.
Okay. Now going to the next slide, we'll go, can we zoom in there on column 599? What do we see? We'll start at the very top there. What do we see there?
So there's a search from this cell phone of case number 23 CV 469, which is a Dodge County case number. It is a civil case between, well, I shouldn't say that. It's not accessible to me now as the general public. It's been removed from the system. However, I was made aware that it was a civil case between Zachariah Rasch and Crystal Rasch.
And so that was searched at 5:36 p.m., correct?
Yes.
On the device. And then we'll go column 600. It looks like remains on CCAP, the device does, correct?
Yes.
And column 601 shows the device is remaining on CCAP.
Yes.
CCAP is kind of what we use for short of the Wisconsin Circuit Court access records, correct?
That's correct.
Now going to page 104. So the time that we left off on 601 that he was looking at those CCAP searches was 5:36 p.m. So now we're in column 602. If we can zoom in on that.
Yep. So at 6:02, less than 1 hour later, at 6:31 p.m., he is on a website, Silencer Center, looking for something in regards to silencers, it appears.
Okay, and then at column 603, so a minute later.
Yep, he is at top 5 best 9mm suppressors at 6:32 p.m.
Okay, and then at 604.
Looks like some type of Delta Defense.
Okay, then we'll go continuing now on to page 105.
105, starting with 607, it's Beaver Dam, Wisconsin Fleet Farm concealed carry class,
Okay,
which is at 6:51, so approximately, we'll just say 20 minutes after being on the silencer website, or 15 to 20 minutes.
and then some more searches about those concealed carry classes, right?
Yes, Wisconsin concealed carry classes and equip to conceal, Watertown Conservation Club.
Now going to, if we go to the next exhibit.
Exhibit
140?
140. Exhibit 140 is from the manual review, February 20th, 6:32 p.m. Top 5 best 9mm suppressors silencer shop.
And that was the same search that we saw on that Celebrate earlier, right? There was one that confirmed that was on that device.
That is correct.
Okay. now going, so you do not have any screenshots on, for date 121, right, or on February 21st, correct?
I do not.
But there's some Celebrite searches, on the 21st, correct?
Yes.
So what, starting in column 1, or 620, if we can zoom in just on that top column there.
620 through 622 are almost the exact same question. It is, how do I disguise my voice while making phone calls? Is there any app of the sort?
And what time are those made?
February 21st, 2024 at 2:54 p.m.
And then moving, so I think that's.
It appears he searches it 3 times about a minute apart.
Okay. Now we're on 141, correct?
We're still at, if you want to do this, do you need 623 or no?
Sorry, 623 was the same. Oh, sorry, yes. Can you zoom into that, please?
623, he asks the question, how long will fingerprints last on a plastic surface?
And what is the date and time of that?
February 24th, 2024, 4:29 p.m.
What is the, that's fine. Going on to the next, exhibit, 141.
141, it's a manual review screenshot. He searches, or a person with access to the device searches, can you install cameras during a divorce in Wisconsin? That's searched March 15th at 12:24 p.m.
Okay. And then on page 112 of exhibit 130, what do we have here?
So on line 651, which is the very first line, must be using backwards. 651, he searches 23FA317, which again is the divorce associated with Crystal Rasch and Zachariah Rasch. That's at 8:29 a.m. on 3/14.
So the previous day on this one.
Yes.
And then at 652, line 652.
652, some type of search, whether he asks a question or not. It states, I am going through divorce. Can I set up hidden camera?
And what time is that search?
On 3/15 at 12:24 p.m.
And then on line 653.
653, it appears he asks the question, can my wife put cameras without my permission in my house? And that's from 3/15, 2024 at 12:24 p.m.
And that was in my house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then right underneath that, what do we have on line 654?
About 2.5 hours later, or 2 hours and 20 minutes later, it appears he accessed the Wisconsin Circuit Court Access website.
So for this one, we don't know what case he's looking, but again, looking at that Wisconsin Circuit Court Access website.
Yes.
So, and again, that was page 112 of exhibit 130. So now, moving on to exhibit 142, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
142, manual review, how to locate a person's location on Facebook. That was done at 9:31 p.m. And then how to find someone on Facebook, 9:28 p.m.
And then going to page 114 of exhibit 130, we're on line 665. What's the question asked?
How do I find people by location on Facebook on 3/15 at 9:29 p.m., which is exactly in between the 2 searches I showed you, or you showed on the previous slide.
And then on the line 666.
Is it possible to track someone's location on Facebook? 3/15 at 9:29 p.m.
Now going to exhibit 143. That's the right, we're tracking correctly.
Yes.
Excuse me. What date are we on?
March 30th, 11:36 p.m. Somebody searches, "Can you pinpoint a cell phone location?"
Sorry, excuse me. And that was March 30th at 11:36, correct?
That's correct.
And then going on to page 125 of Exhibit 130.
It's some type of website where it says, "Locate any phone in 5 seconds, no software or apps needed."
And what was the date of that search?
March 30th, 2024, 11:28 p.m., which is 8 minutes difference from the previous screenshot.
Okay, and then going on, so we're on March 30th, correct?
That's correct.
So going on to page 126, continuing, so that we were on page 125 of Exhibit 130 on the previous slide, line 710. Now going on to page 126, line 730 or 713. Looks like he buys something. We don't know what, right?
Yeah.
And then going on to line 714, what is the search here?
714, "Can someone help me track a person's pinpoint location using his mobile number? I am not a computer or mobile expert." That's 3:30, 2024 at 11:35 p.m., 1 minute off the original manual review.
Okay, and then at 7:15.
Detective Life, better than a private detective. Access some type of website for Detective Life at 11:37 p.m., which is 1 minute off of the original manual review.
And then on 7:16.
Reverse phone lookup at 11:37 p.m., again, 1 minute off of the original manual review.
Okay, so now we're going to Exhibit 144, correct?
Correct.
And what do we have a search of?
March 31st, 2024 at 12:14 a.m., 730 Main Street, Klamath, Wisconsin, 53016, satellite view. That is the residence of Crystal Rasch, where she is currently living.
And do you know if the defendant, Zachariah Rasch, also used to reside there with
Yes.
Crystal Rasch? Okay. And that was Exhibit 144, correct?
Correct.
Now going to 145.
145, April 4th, 2024, 7:12 p.m. What's an IP address?
And I'm sorry, you did say the time, right? 7:12 p.m.?
Yes, I will try and say all dates and times.
Thanks. And then 145.
No, this is
Sorry,
146.
146. Thank you.
April 4th, 2024, 7:19 p.m. Someone searches, "Can the police find your exact location via an IP address?" Quora.
147.
April 4th, 2024, 7:23 p.m. Someone searches, "Can police track your location?"
148.
148. April 4th, 2024, 7:23 p.m. Someone searches, "Can police trace IP address?"
As we we'll continue to go through these. What is an IP address?
An IP address is it's an address that's, well, it's a number associated with the internet that's assigned by carrier companies. You think about all like Charter, even like Verizon, anything that has an internet address or an internet access point. It has this encrypted, I shouldn't say encrypted, but it has this randomized number that you can identify the location of said address, if that makes sense.
Of the device where it's accessing,
Correct.
generally speaking. It gets far more complicated, but generally speaking, where the address that the device is accessing the internet.
Correct. The IP address is, although it's numbers, you can plug those numbers into, let's say, a website, and it will give you a location of where that internet access point is being accessed.
So we left off this one here that we're looking at on the screen at 7:23 p.m. That was 148, correct?
Yes.
Now we're on 149.
April 4th, 2024, 7:30 p.m. Someone searches, can a IP address be traced to a location?
One five zero.
April 4th, 2024, 7:38 p.m. Someone searches, can police trace a private number?
151.
April 4th, 2024, 7:49 p.m. Someone Googles track IP address exact location.
152.
April 4th, 2024, 7:40 p.m. A search is conducted. Can an IP address to traced on a phone with no service?
153.
April 4th, 2024, 7:54 p.m. Does a mobile number, someone searches, does a mobile phone with no cell service have an IP address?
154.
April 4th, 2024, 7:54 p.m. Someone searches, can a mobile hotspot be traced?
155.
April 4th, 2024, at 7:52 p.m. Someone searches, do cell phone IP addresses change?
156.
April 4th, 2024, 7:59 p.m. Someone searches, how fast can police trace a IP address?
157.
157, April 4th, 2024 at 8 p.m. Someone searches, when will police track an IP address to solve cybercrime?
I just want to correct that. Is this a search or is this, does this show?
Yeah, it shows a website was visited. I apologize.
So as a result of doing that search, someone using that Google account visited that specific website.
Yes.
So you don't know for certain, but perhaps doing that search, that website came up and someone clicked on it.
That's correct.
Okay, now going back to the actual device on page 152 of Exhibit 130, starting with line 855 at 719. So we'll go back. A lot of screenshots here for these searches. So
Exhibit 145.
So Exhibit 145 was the first 149. The what's an we go with that. I think what's an IP address was the first one, right?
Correct.
And that one was one.
I don't know how far back you
Oh, 145. Okay. Yes, you're right. What's an IP address was 145, so that's the first one, and that starts at 712, correct?
Correct, 7:12 p.m.
Okay, and then so on. Sorry, can you go? Yeah. So starting with page 152 of Exhibit 130, line 855, what question or what is searched in the actual device?
So on 855, the question is asked, can the police find your exact location via an IP address? That's on April 4th at 7:19 p.m. Subsequently, with Exhibit 146 I read earlier, it says, can the police find your exact location via an IP address, Quora, at April 4th at 7:19 p.m., meaning they are at the exact same time.
And then line 856.
856, can the police find your exact location via an IP address? That's on April 4th, 2024 at 7:19 p.m.
Line 857.
How can my home address be found with my IP address? April 4th, 2024, 7:33 p.m.
And then, so this, continuing on, page 152, line 858.
How can Google retrieve my real IP address? Our VPN. So what a VPN is it will randomize your IP address. So if I get a VPN and install it or run that through my computer system, I can be using an IP address from Brazil, even though I'm sitting here in Juneau, Wisconsin. So VPN is something that you can alter your IP address with.
Line 859.
859, how can Google retrieve my real IP address? April 4th, 2024, 7:34 p.m.
Line 860.
Does my phone have an IP address when I'm using the internet but not connected to Wi-Fi? Ask Science. And that's April 4th, 2024, 7:41 p.m.
Now we're moving on to page 153 of Exhibit 130, line 861.
861, question. Can they track your IP address through your phone when your phone is off?
And what time was that? I'm sorry. Did you say
7:42 p.m.
Line 862.
Question, can they track your IP address through your phone when your phone is off? April 4th, 2024, 7:42 p.m.
Line 863.
Could someone track my location using my cell phone's IP address? April 4th, 2024, 7:47 p.m.
And then continuing on to the, you can just go to the next page that got the entirety. Yes, there we go. 864, that whole line there.
How can I be traced if I am using Wi-Fi via a hotspot?
And the date on that.
Sorry, April 4th, 2024 at 7:56 p.m.
And just so the record is clear, we're still on page 153 of Exhibit 130, line 865.
How can I be traced if I am using Wi-Fi via a hotspot? April 4th, 2024, 7:56 p.m.
Line 866.
When will police track an IP address to solve a cybercrime? April 4th, 2024, 8 p.m.
And that was that website that we saw was visited on that screenshot, correct?
Exhibit 157 is when will police track an IP address to solve a cybercrime? That website was visited April 4th at 8 p.m.
So yeah, same.
The exact same time.
Okay. Looks like we might be moving on to a new topic now. Going on to what exhibit number are we at?
58.
Thank you.
So-
Back to that silencer.
158. So on April 8th, 2024, 3:31 in the morning, someone searches Taurus G2C silencer. A Taurus G2C is the exact same gun I located in Zachariah Rasch's bedroom.
Okay, and what time? That was at 3:31 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay, and now 159.
April 8th, 2024 at 3:34 a.m. Websites visited, home-built 9mm handgun suppressor, homemadetools.net.
Okay. 160.
A website is visited April 8th, 2024 at 3:35 a.m. How to make a suppressor with pictures, WikiHow.
161.
161. The terminology is searched on April 8th, 2024 at 3:37 a.m. How to make a silencer for a 9mm.
Okay. Now, going to the phone. So on April 8th, what is searched?
On April 8th, 2024 at 12:37 in the morning, the Wisconsin Circuit Court Access website is searched. You'll see on 8:75, 76, and 77. All the time frames are within seconds apart, so it's all at 12:37. The 2023 FA 317 is searched or accessed on the physical phone from the extraction. And again, we recall that 23 FA 317 is the divorce case number associated with Crystal Rasch and Zachariah Rasch.
So in the middle of the night or in the early morning hours of the 8th, searching that family court case, and then going on to, now do we have, but we don't have these silencer searches this time on the phone. So the next time it looks like if we go on to page 162, on 898, what do we see here?
So you'll see on this slide and the next slide, it's less than 3 hours later. He is accessing websites or doing searches in regards to ProMag. So on 898, on April 8th, 2024 at 3:15 in the morning, he visits a website, ProMag G Series 9mm magazine, 32 rounds. ShopTaurus.com. Again, we know Taurus was the gun that he owned.
So that is he searches Taurus G2C silencer on April 8th at 3:30. His account searches it on April 8th at 3:31 a.m. And just before that, we have his phone on sort of accessories for that gun, correct?
Yes.
Going on to page 164. Zoom in to, got ahead of myself here. Line 910.
910, home-built 9mm handgun suppressor, homemadetools.net, April 8th, 2024 at 3:34 a.m., which is 3 minutes off of the original manual review search that we showed first.
So the phone does search that, correct?
Yes.
And then 911, what do we see?
How to make a suppressor with pictures, WikiHow, April 8th, 2024 at 3:35 a.m.
So searches that family law case at what time again?
Family law was at 12 o'clock, 12:37 a.m.
And then by 3:35 a.m., he's searching how to make a suppressor.
That's correct.
Did you find a suppressor at the scene?
I did not.
Okay. What exhibit number are we on?
162 we'll be going to.
Okay. What do we got now?
April 12th, 2024 at 11:49 p.m. A search is conducted off of somebody having access to the account. Can a person feel when they are dying?
Okay. And then 177. So this search was at 11:49 p.m. on April 12th. That search on the Google account, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, what page? I think this is on page 1. Go to the top.
177.
Page 177, line 967. Where are we at again?
967, we're back on the Wisconsin Circuit Court access, which you'll see on 968. It's the exact same time, just 20 seconds off. So April 12th, 2024 at 5:10 p.m. He searches 23 FA 317, which again is the case number associated with the divorce.
This can a person feel when they are dying? We did not get that on the device, on the Celebrate search, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. We're now 163, correct?
Yes.
What's our search here?
April 23rd, 2024, 9:39 p.m. Taurus TS9.
Okay. 160, sorry, we're on 164 now, right? What's this search?
May 25th, 7:31 p.m. Where to get ammunition, Adams, Wisconsin.
Okay. May 165?
May 28th, 2024, 12:20 a.m. A website is visited. Do you die instantly from a gunshot to the head? Do you feel any? And then there's obviously more to the website, but you can't see it here.
166.
166, May 28th at 12:40 a.m. Website is visited. What is the difference between head shooting and chest shooting?
167.
167, May 28th, 2024, 12:41 a.m. A search term is used. Will a gunshot to the head instant death?
168.
May 28th, 2024, 12:45 a.m. A search is conducted. Will a 9mm kill an animal if shot to the head?
Okay. Now, going on to page 189 of Exhibit 130. Let's zoom into that top line first. It looks like is this a different family court case?
Yes, so 21 FA 429. So you can see that on May 28th, 2024 at 12:01 a.m., this website on the Wisconsin Circuit Court Access website is accessed. I looked this case up. This case number is associated with Zachariah Rasch and Crystal Rasch in regards to child support and or maintenance. On May 11th, 2022, Zachariah Rasch was ordered to pay $154.38 per week for child support. Also on that same date, he was ordered to pay $10 a week in arrears in regards to this case.
So then he searches that at 12:01 a.m. on May 28th, correct?
Yes.
And then it looks like, according to line 1026, he still remains on the circuit court access through 12:01. So 1020, line 1026, 1027, 1028.
That's correct.
Still remains on the, Wisconsin Circuit Court access site, correct?
Yes, all the way until the next slide, you'll see at 12:17.
And that's line 1064. So 1217. Now, we don't know if he closes that website. We just know that that's the last search that's captured on Celebrate, correct?
That's, yes, on the cell phone off of Celebrate.
And then do my math for me. Between 12:17 and 12:21 a.m. How many minutes is that?
I would say 4.
4 minutes. What does he search on his device?
On his device, it's searched, do you die instantly from a gunshot to the head? Do you feel any pain at all?
Okay, line 1066.
1066, May 28th, 2024, at 12:40 a.m., 20 minutes after the last search. What is the difference between head shooting and chest shooting?
Okay, so now let me just ask you, the 28th, do you know what day of the week that was, by chance?
I do not.
We'll follow up on that. Now going to 169. Now we're all the way to June 6th, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
June 6th, 2024, 2:07 p.m. Search is conducted. Can a disability person be put on a witness stand?
Okay. 170.
170, a website is visited on June 6th, 2024 at 2:08 p.m. Do I still have to testify in court if I'm mentally unstable? Quora.
Now, page 201.
2:01 on June 6th, 2024 at 2:08 p.m., which is the exact same time as the previous slide. It is searched from the device. Do I still have to testify in court if I'm mentally unstable?
And then what's that next search underneath that? It's the next day, but
It's the next day at 9:03 p.m., and it says, is a used Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross a good buy?
okay. Did he already own that vehicle at that time? Do you know?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So then going to, what are we, 171?
Yes.
All right, what do we see here?
June 6, 2024, 11:30 p.m. A search is conducted. Can you get widow's benefits if taxes were never filed?
Okay, at 11:30 p.m., correct?
11:30 p.m., yes.
And then the next,
June, sorry.
172.
172. June 6, 2024, at 11:26 p.m. A search is conducted. How long can you get widow's benefits?
Okay. Was Zachariah Rasch a widow?
No, he was not.
Were his parents married?
Yes.
Now, was his grandma a widow?
I don't recall.
Okay. Next slide.
Exhibit 173. June 7th at 12:16 p.m. A search is conducted. Can your past record be used in a jury trial in Wisconsin?
It's on June 7th at 12:16 p.m., right?
Correct.
Okay. And then the next search,
Exhibit 173, June 7th at 6:53 p.m. 2024. A search is conducted. Do dogs attempt suicide?
Okay. Next search.
Exhibit 174, June 6th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. A search is conducted. Child custody lawyers in Milwaukee.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Exhibit 175, June 10th, 2024 at 11:49 p.m. Child custody, a search is conducted. Child custody lawyers in Milwaukee.
And then next.
Exhibit
slide.
176, June 10th, 2024 at 11:51 p.m. A website is visited. Child custody attorneys, Milwaukee. Magna in Huneki.
Okay. And then page 230. Now, was Crystal Rasch's phone ever found? Do we ever find any devices for Crystal Rasch?
Yes, we do. We located one of her cell phones at her residence at the Kleinman residence.
And did we search that device?
Yes.
Was there any useful data on that device?
Yes.
And did it give us any searches or anything like that?
I don't recall that. I remember manually reviewing Crystal Rasch's cell phone as well. The part that I think was important to me was she had a Google Nest camera, and that device was logged into her cell phone. I was able to review that video footage, and I was able to see the last time Crystal Rasch ever left her residence.
So moving on to page.
All right.
Wanna take a
That
break?
is a
Sure.
good spot for us to take a break. We will break for 15 minutes. 10:45. We'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I remind you, you cannot discuss the case.
we don't have to get to this now, but before Detective Kelsey Becker testifies, we do have an objection to a portion of their testimony from the PowerPoint that's been provided to us. And just to give everyone a heads up, it's,
Look,
we don't have to do it now. I just wanted to, at some point, maybe over the lunch hour.
So should we be after Casey Young?
I have a meeting over the lunch hour, so we'll deal with that at some point. And it
So
is-
she'll be after Casey Young, so we can finish his testimony and then I guess maybe take another break or.
Very good. All right. Let's bring in the jury.
Testing, testing. My other microphone was not working.
I'm assuming that the batteries are dead, and if you were to give it to Stanley, it's likely he could replace the batteries.
Oh, we put it on the charger.
Okay.
Testing, testing, testing. I'm sure she would have said she couldn't hear.
All right, please continue.
Okay, I think we left off on page 203 of Exhibit 130, line 1,102. What do we see here?
1,112.
112, thank you for correcting me.
You're fine. Divorce custody lawyer, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Laster and Associates. That's June 10th, 2024, 11:50 p.m.
And then the next line,
The child custody attorneys, Milwaukee, Magna, and again, Hinkie maybe. So June 10th, 2024 at 11:51 p.m.
and again, this is from Mr. Rasch's device.
That is correct. And that time frame coincides with the Google Chrome website visited at the exact same time of 11:51 p.m.
Okay, now going on to Exhibit 177, right?
Yes.
What do we see here?
June 11th, 2024 at 10:40 a.m. How to get to Milwaukee without interstate map.
Okay, and 178.
June 11th, 2024 at 10:41 a.m. How to get to Milwaukee without interstate.
Just a reminder, those two, do you know those two attorneys that he was Googling the night before, where they were located?
I believe that, I don't recall, but I believe it might have been Milwaukee.
Okay. Then okay, so the Milwaukee attorney search 10:41 a.m. and then the next search, this is 179, correct?
Yes.
What is that search?
This is June 11th, 2024, 11:18 a.m. A search was conducted. Will a 9mm kill an animal if shot to the head?
Okay. And then on 180,
June 11th, 2024 at 1:22 p.m. A search is conducted for 5217 South 51st Street, Greenfield, Wisconsin, 5322.
and then 181.
181 is actually going to be the website visited for the address that was just searched previously, and that's going to be June 11th at 1:34 p.m. A website visited, contact Konstanowski's Law Office LLC, which is located in Milwaukee.
And again, this is the Google profile that was logged in to Zach Rasch's device, correct?
That is correct.
Now going to page 204, that top line, so 204 of Exhibit 130.
Yes, 1115. Contact Konstanowski's Law Office, and that's June 11th, 2024 at 1:20 p.m.
The next line, 116.
It's going to be the same thing with the Konstanowski's Law Office on June 11th at 1:21 p.m.
Line 1117.
Same law office, 6/11/2024 at 1:34 p.m.
Now, if you can recall, on any of the devices that you searched on Crystal Rasch's devices, did you ever see any searches for any attorneys on June 11th?
I don't recall that.
Okay. So now moving to line 1118.
Wisconsin Court System Case Access, which is what we called CCAP before. That's June 11th, 2024 at 9:41 p.m.
So we have on the device at least a gap of about 8 hours, correct?
Approximately, yes, a little over 8 hours.
And then going on to page 205, starting at line 1121, what do we take us through those first two lines?
Sure. So these are all going to be within 1 minute apart. So 1121 is the Wisconsin Circuit Court Access on June 11th, 2024 at 9:47 p.m. 1122, same thing at 9:47 p.m., which leads us into the 23 FA 317, which we again know that's associated with their divorce between Crystal and Zach. That's 6/11/24 at 9:47 p.m. And he's still on the Wisconsin Circuit Court Access website up until 1 minute later at 9:49 p.m. on 6/11/2024.
Okay, and then going to page 206.
206.
Go ahead.
1127, Capital One sign-in, login access accounts. So it looks like he appears to access a website, or the device appears to access a website for Capital One, and that's on 6/11/2024 at 11:06 p.m.
11:06 p.m., okay? And then
At 11:06 p.m., this entire sheet is 11:06 p.m., and it all looks like it's Capital One trying to sign into the website.
is it fair to say, it's not captured, but if you can go to page, you still have 230 up there on the witness stand, right?
230.
I'm sorry, 130.
Yes, I do.
If you can go to page 206, does that whole page of 206 appear to be Capital One logins?
Yes, the entire page of the entire page of 206 in Exhibit 130 is all listed with Capital One logins. Yes.
And all the way through the last access for Capital One appears to be, it's not on this account, but it appears to be at line 1146. Is that accurate on page 209?
That's accurate, and throughout these, which the jury can't see, but it's obviously in Exhibit 130, it'll say Capital One sign-in help, Capital One error, Capital One online servicing, sign-in help, account summary.
And then I'm going to show you page 2 of Exhibit 11. If you can just read off for me. So page 2, Exhibit 11, there is a transaction that occurs on 6/11/2024 at 11:11 p.m. Can you tell me what that transaction is?
There is, on 6/11/2024 at 11:11 p.m., transaction number 49 is a Capital One card payment.
Okay. Now, going on to the next slide here, which is going to be page 210.
Yes.
If we can zoom in to the top of that, what do we have here on line 1154?
IHMVCU Pay My Loan. It looks like he accesses a loan website.
And so if we can just scroll down to, it's a line 1155 and 1156, correct?
Yes.
And going on to page, the next slide, pages 211 and 212, it kind of shows that he's in that same bill pay of that same loan company, right?
Yes, at 11:21 p.m., even on 11:64, it says loan payment processing registration.
And then at some point, the next day, if you can read at 6/12/2024 at 8:43 a.m., is there a transaction that shows up on Crystal Rasch's account?
Yes.
And what is that?
On 6/12/2024 at 8:43 a.m., there is a transaction number. There's 2, but then there is a description of OBP asterisk IHMVCU, which is consistent with the website that we're seeing here on the website or on the screen.
So loan payment
Yes.
transaction for how much money? The one I'm referring to here. Let's look at the transaction here on 6/12/2024 at 8:43 a.m.
Okay. Same time frame. It shows an amount of $1,500.
Okay. So, and again, what time, this is at, so he starts accessing this website at 6/11, 11:21 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now let's go on to 218.
Okay.
Page 218 of Exhibit 130. So these are things that he's still doing on his phone, correct?
Yes.
So now what time are we at?
For 1200? For line 1200?
Yes.
That is 6/12/2024 at 3:14 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, and what searches do we have going on now?
He is on Kelly Blue Book, and he is searching a 2003 Dodge Ram 3500 quad cab price.
Does he own that kind of vehicle?
I don't believe so.
So does it,
Or, yes, he does.
So, and then line 1201,
Still on Kelly Blue Book, looking for possibly the price of a used vehicle of the 2003 Dodge Ram 3500 quad cab.
1202, line 1202,
So I'm familiar with Kelly Blue Book, and you have to go through, click like your options and stuff. It looks like he's still on Kelly Blue Book with that same 2003 Dodge Ram.
and what time is that, 1202?
That is at 3:16 a.m. on 6/12/2024.
1203,
It looks like he's on NissanUSA.com looking at possibly cars.
and what time is that?
Sorry, 6/12/2024 at 3:18 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, so now let's go on, move on to page 232 of that exhibit 130.
So 1284, he's on the Wisconsin Circuit Court access. I can't see what he's accessing, but he's on there, and that's on 6/12/2024 at 11:38 a.m.
Okay, and then 1285. Line
Looks like 1285. It looks like he's on the website Google, and he's looking up Android track phones.
And what time is that search?
9:57 a.m. on 6/13/2024.
Okay, the next line.
Wisconsin Court Circuit Access, 6/13/2024 at 10:13 a.m.
Okay, and those are the next two lines, correct?
That's correct.
Now we're on exhibit, I think, 182, correct?
182, that's correct.
All right, now what do we see on 182?
182, you will see a screenshot. It does not have the date. However, I can tell you that it is on 6/13 from me doing this. So June 13th, he is searching carpet cleaners at Menards, carpet cleaners. Well, he searches for it, and he also visits a website.
Okay.
And he also visits a website for Wisconsin Circuit Court access.
So then, going to page 233 of exhibit 130, what do we see here?
So on 1290, you'll see 23 FA 317. He accesses the website of
Zoom in, please.
of the Dodge County or of the Dodge County Circuit Court access or Wisconsin Circuit Court access Dodge County. That's on June 13th, 2024 at 10:14 a.m., which you can see from the previous slide. He searched at 10:13 a.m., so that coincides with one another. Then on 1291, it's a carpet cleaner for Menards, or carpet cleaner at Menards, which is 6/13 at 10:16 a.m. And you'll see that exact same search at 10:16 a.m. on his Google timeline for his search history. And then 1292, it's either looks like accessing a website from Menards for a Dirt Devil portable carpet and upholstery spot cleaner at Menards.
So that's this here, even though for some reason we're going really great with our technical capabilities and well, you know what I can do? I can switch the document camera. So we are on 183.
That's correct.
Let me switch the document camera here. Oh, you're back up? We can do just this one, and then we'll switch back to the, what do we see here?
This is June 14th at 12:51 a.m. There's a search from the Google account, Highway R, Hartford, Wisconsin.
Okay, and do you know why that is significant?
No, I do not.
Let's see if we can switch back. I'll stay here just in case. Good. All right. All right, so that was 183, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now 184.
184, June 14th, 6:14 p.m. There's a search conducted. Do raccoons eat bones?
185.
185, a search conducted on June 15th at 12:25 p.m. How to access a phone without a lock code?
186.
186, there's a website visited on June 15th at 1:13 p.m. What to do if you forgot your Android phone's PIN, pattern, or...
Okay. And then going to page 260.
260, you'll see on line 1401, there's a question asked. Can anyone unlock my Android phone without knowing the passcode and without doing a factory reset, like if it is stolen or got in the hands of someone else, for example? That's on June 15th, 2024 at 12:27 p.m.
And that's, that's page 260 of Exhibit 130 from his Celebrate account, correct?
That's correct.
Or from his device from the Celebrate download. And then line 402.
1402 is question. Can anyone unlock my Android phone without knowing the passcode and without doing a factory reset, like if it is stolen or got into the hands of someone else, for example?
And then line 1403.
This is going to be a different time. At 1:04 p.m., it says, I forgot my PIN lock on my Android phone. Here's how to unlock forgotten Android phone PIN YouTube. So it looks like he's accessing a website or searching on YouTube how to unlock a phone.
And then now moving up to page 261.
14,
Zooming into 1404.
1404 at 6:15 at 1:04 p.m. I forgot my PIN lock on my Android phone. Here's how to unlock forgotten Android phone PIN YouTube. So again, it looks like he's on YouTube trying to unlock a phone. 1405, what to do if you forget your Android phone's PIN, pattern, or password, June 15th at 1:13 p.m. And that's from a website, howtogeek.com.
And then 1406 and 1407, what do we have here?
Looks like looks like the phone device is accessing menards.com of some sort.
And then moving still on to page, further down, page 261, line 1408 and 1409.
Yeah, it's about a minute later from when he was accessing the Menards website. This time it looks like he's searching carpet cleaner at Menards and 6/15/2024 at 4:49 p.m.
And is that consistent with the screenshots that you got?
Yes, it is. I don't know the exact time frame. I can tell you. That looks like a different carpet cleaner search inquiry.
Okay. So now moving on to, I think now we're on another exhibit, right? So
Yes.
that would be 187.
Correct.
What web search are we looking at here?
June 15th, 2024, 8:22 p.m. Website visited. Contact Karen Luschau, attorney at law.
And do you by chance know what type of attorney this person is?
I don't.
And then going to page this was at 8:22 p.m. on June 15th, correct? The screenshot?
Correct.
And then going on to page 130 at 262.
Exhibit
130 on page 262. Sorry, continue.
Correct. You'll see on line 1413, it starts on June 15th, 2024 at 8:19 p.m. He's accessing the Karen Luschau, attorney at law website. If you jump down to 1415, it's going to be 3 minutes later, which is at 8:22, which correlates with the manual review of the cell phone. He's looking up the Karen Luschau, attorney at law.
Okay. Now going on to 188, correct?
Yes, Exhibit 188, there are some websites. There was a terminology search for KBB value, which is the Kelly Blue Book we talked about before with the vehicle. And then there's 2 items searched, one at 9:20 a.m., 2005 Chevy Cobalt oil filter location, and 12:57, 2023 Cross replacement passenger seat.
And do you recall the date of these searches?
I believe those will be on the next slide. I think it's June 19th.
Okay, and so now going on to 189.
So what you saw on the last slide is what I could look at in the manual review of the phone, which does not give me the exact date and time. If I click on each individual search, which I have done here, which you can see, this will, I guess, blow this up and give you some more details. So this shows you that when he searches 2023 Eclipse Cross replacement passenger seat, it's on June 19th at 12:57 p.m.
And then, sorry, that was 189, right? So now we're on 190.
That's correct. June 19th, 2024, 12:58 p.m. A website is viewed. Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross front bucket seats, cloth, charcoal gray in.
So now going to page 273 of Exhibit 130.
1469, 2023 Eclipse Cross passenger seat for sale on eBay. So it appears the device is accessing eBay, looking for the front passenger seat of the 2023 Eclipse Cross, and that's on June 19th, 2024 at 12:59 p.m., which is consistent all the way through this entire sheet. It's just 1 minute off. So 1470, 1471, 1472 are all the same passenger seat on eBay.
And did you ever have contact with his Mitsubishi Eclipse after June 11th?
Yes, I did.
And was there any damage to that passenger seat?
There was what appeared to be a large amount of blood on the passenger seat.
So now going on to 191.
191. This is from, it's not on there, but it's June 22nd, 2024. There's a search for do possums eat bones? That's at 3:56 p.m. And 2:43 p.m., or I'm sorry, 2:34 p.m. Can you clean a vehicle interior with cold water? You visit the website, file a weekly claim, Wisconsin unemployment, and then it looks like he's looking for the unemployment login as well as factories in Juneau.
And now going to page 285. What do we see on June 23rd?
On June 23rd at 8:45 a.m., there looks like a website's accessed for tender meetup.
And you said what time that was, I'm sorry, right?
Yep, 8:45 a.m.
Okay, and then our next 192.
192, this, I believe, is still on June 22nd. There are a couple different searches. At 6:43, what happens when you add gas to sulfuric acid? And 6:42, is sulfuric acid flammable? 3:35 p.m., Pine Snake, and then he was on the Walmart Supercenter visiting that website, and he searched for the Portage Walmart earlier. You can't see the time.
And then later, can't tell if this is, I think it's after these searches, right? There's going on to 192. I'm sorry, 193.
Yes.
What do we see here?
After, I will actually start from the bottom up because that's how we're going in chronological order. So you see the do possums eat bones, which is the end of our last sheet going forward. 711, a basic guide to Fourth Amendment protections. Fourth Amendment protections are unreasonable search and seizure. So in regards to search warrants, which you'll see on the next line. 714, can police get search warrants on a Sunday in W, which is, I know it's in Wisconsin. He visits a website, 968.13, Wisconsin legislature. And then on 7:17 p.m., how fast can police get a search warrant?
Are you familiar with that statute, 968.13?
Not verbatim.
Generally?
Yes.
And what is that statute for?
That was, again, for the search warrant statute, I believe.
And then going to, that's the legislative statute that deals with search warrants, basically.
That's correct.
Going 194.
On specifically Sunday, June 23rd at 7:14 p.m., a search is conducted from the device, or from well, from the Google account, can police get search warrants on a Sunday in Wisconsin?
Why was that significant to you?
Why was this search significant for me?
Yes.
Deputy Kukan, I believe, had contact with Zachariah Rasch at his residence on Sunday, June 23rd, shortly before this search transpired.
Okay, now let's go to page 301 of the Celebrate, the starting at 1615.
So 1615, you'll see that he's on the Unemployment Wisconsin website, which we talked about earlier from the Google search history, and that's at 9:45 a.m. on 6/23. Again, the very next line is the exact same time for the unemployment website. And then later that day at 7:10 p.m., he's looking up, or the device accesses Wisconsin Legislature 968.13.
Then going on to page 3, continuing with 301, line 618.
Sure. So 618, this entire sheet is only 1 minute apart. It's on 6:23:24 at 7:10 p.m. It starts. The device is accessing Wisconsin Legislator 968.13. 1619 is the same thing, actually with the exact same second. 1620, a basic guide to Fourth Amendment protections in Wisconsin drug cases, unreasonable search and seizure. That's at 7:11 p.m. And then again, same time, 7:11 is the basic guide.
And that's all, okay, so going on to page 302.
302 at 7:10 p.m. on 6/23 appears Wisconsin Legislature 968.13. Some type of website is accessed with Wisconsin legal documentation, and they're both the exact same time and date.
And then going on to page, again, 302.
302, 1620, a basic guide to Fourth Amendment protections in Wisconsin drug cases, unreasonable search and seizure at 7:11 p.m. on 6/23.
And then page 303.
Page 303, 1624. How long does it roughly take for the police to get a warrant to go to your home? That's on 6/23/24 at 7:17 p.m.
And then, are you familiar with the CAD notes in this case?
Yes.
And have you reviewed those?
I have reviewed all of them. I don't recall everything that's in them, but I am familiar with the CAD notes, yes.
And, sorry, I have one more. I forgot. I apologize. Oh, we marked. That's okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 204. And what is 204?
204 is the entire printout of the CAD call screen for this call. Yes, it is.
So that's all the CAD notes for this, really for this entire case, correct?
That is correct.
And was there something significant contained in the CAD notes for, I would say, the early morning hours of the 24th? Because
Your Honor, objection. Maybe we approach.
I'll be a little leading in these questions. So you read the entire CAD report, correct? And you're familiar with it.
Yes, I have previously.
But was there a submission on the CAD report from June 24th, 2024, that was recorded a tip to the sheriff's office regarding Crystal Rasch?
Yes.
And then did you memorialize that, isolate that from the CAD report for this PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
And so I'm going to show you exhibit 2 or 195, is that right?
It's not marked 195. It's still in 194. 195 is another search.
So this is not, okay, so we'll,
It's still part of 194 in my sheet.
can I see, I'm sorry.
So this is exactly still all 194. This is 193. This entire thing is
Okay.
194.
So what I'm going to show you is an excerpt from from exhibit 204.
And it's page 8 in exhibit 194. If that's how you, I mean, that's just how you gave it to me. Or you can just do it up there.
Apologize, just give me. So it's on an excerpt from page 2 of exhibit 204. I'm going to show you that on the screen now. Apologize for that delay. And so what is, let's start first at the top, that K. Bukta there at the top. Who is that?
That's a dispatcher on the very top here. That's we know who enters this entire call comment.
And so maybe if we can just zoom into the very top first. And so does this show us what time this submission came in through the application?
Correct. It says right on here. So this is what time she would have entered it into our CAD call.
And when you say she, that was Bukta, right?
That is correct. Dispatcher Bukta.
Okay, and then the time that it was actually submitted through the app?
Yep. So it says right on here, submitted Monday, June 24th, 2024 at 1:01, which would be 1 a.m. Central Standard Time, I'm guessing.
And then this other information, does she take this directly from the submission then?
So to my
basically?
knowledge, she would copy and paste everything verbatim, however the submission would come in.
And so what was the name of the submitter?
The name is listed as Crystal Rasch.
The email address?
crystalrash8@gmail.com.
Any phone number?
No.
Any date of birth?
No.
Address?
Dewdrop Trail.
Secondary address?
Dewdrop Trail.
City?
Walker,
State?
Minnesota.
Zip code?
Not entered.
Time of incident?
6/23/2024, 5:37 p.m.
Does that time seem significant to you at all? Or if not at this time, that's okay.
Well, with our investigation, yes.
Why is that time significant?
It's still we're actively looking for a missing person at this time.
Okay. And then so the additional information.
It states the tip states, my family needs to tell the truth, what they have all done to me, and why I walked away from them before with the threats and abuse. I apologize. And abuse. I was away from them for a long time and had no problems ever since I let them back into my life. It's been problems again. I was ignoring them for a reason. I'm with friends. I needed to get away to think my family pulls this by calling you guys. They know what they have done to me in the past with the abuse and controlling, the threats. My own sister has done threats and controlled me. April and Andy pretty much held against my will in Michigan. There is reasons I stopped talking to people. Everything was coming back to me. Some friends agreed to help me out. Since I was having flashbacks, have contacted all my family, letting them know everything. I am not even in Wisconsin right now. And that's the end of our entry for the online submission and the entry for this CAD note. Because
Okay.
obviously you can see the next CAD note is entered by Deputy Kukan.
Okay, and then moving, I want to go now to an excerpt from the defendant's phone, page 303, at 12, so line 1626.
Yeah.
What's the time of this search?
1626 on June 24th, 2024 at 12:58 a.m.
And what is the search for?
There's a search for list of street names in Walker, Minnesota, maps and street views, geographic.com.
Okay, and then scrolling down to line 1627.
1627 is list of street names in Walker, Minnesota, maps and street view, geographic.com, and that's going to be at 6/24/2024 at 1:02 a.m.
And then going to we're on 195, correct?
It'll be we'll go to the next one if we're done here. And just to clarify, this page 303 was from Exhibit 130.
Thank you for clarifying that. Going on to 195.
195 from the Google search history. What chemistry reaction? I'm sorry, it's not a search. It is a website visited on June 24th, 2024 at 6:44 p.m. What chemistry reaction will happen if I mix petrol and sulfuric acid?
And what time is that?
6:44 p.m.
Okay. And now going to page 303 of the Exhibit 130, what do we see?
A question on Quora.com. What chemistry reaction will happen if I mix petrol and sulfuric acid? That's on 6/24/24 at 6:44 p.m., which is a direct match with the previous slide.
What is sulfuric acid?
Typically like a Drano.
Is there anything that the Zachariah Rasch purchased with sulfuric acid in it?
Yes.
Santeen,
Yes.
does that have sulfuric acid in it?
Yes.
What is petrol?
Gas.
What-
Fuel.
Was there gasoline on the Rasch property?
Yes, they had chainsaws and gas cans.
Okay. And then the very final 196. What's the last screenshot?
So again, starting from the bottom up, Exhibit 196 on June 25th, 2024, 9:16 p.m. Wisconsin missing person alert. Same thing 1 minute later, missing people in Wisconsin, and at the same time, active missing persons near me.
And then about what time was Mr. Rasch taken into custody?
It would have been like midnight or like 1 a.m. in the morning.
On what-
On the 26th, I believe it was. Actually, I don't recall.
I think that's accurate, Detective. Hold on just one moment. I have no further questions.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
I know you've been testifying for about 3 hours, but what I want to do is just kind of start where you started at the beginning of your testimony, okay?
Absolutely.
The beginning of your testimony, you indicated that you were called to assist with the execution of a search warrant at the Wood Road residence, correct?
I was ultimately, that's what happened. I was called in to get video footage first, and then eventually it was known that a search warrant would take place.
Okay. And so you were there when law enforcement executed the search warrant just after midnight on June 26th?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony was that your initial position there was that you were on the perimeter of the residence?
After speaking with Scott and Mary Rasch, yes.
Okay. And as obviously a detective on this case, you're familiar with the reports that other people have written?
Not all of them, but most of them.
Okay. You're aware that in some of the other reports, in terms of the execution of the search warrant, other people in your agency reported that Mr. Rasch was a little slow to open his door?
I believe so.
Okay. But eventually he opened the door voluntarily?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that there was not any attempts on his part to try and run or fight with law enforcement officers?
Correct, not to my knowledge.
And he didn't try to go out those windows that you pointed out in one of the exhibits?
Yeah, I don't think it was an option, but no, he did not.
Okay. And at that time, when he was brought outside, I believe you said that he was wearing sweatpants or sweat shorts, and that's when the cell phone from the red case was taken out of his pocket?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention essentially to the room itself. So there was a room that was identified as Mr. Rasch's inside of that residence?
Yes.
Okay, and you had a role in searching through his bedroom?
Yes.
I think you were trying to be polite when you described that the room was cluttered. You recall using that term?
I was.
It was a little more than cluttered. We would agree with that?
I would agree.
Okay. It was, property in that room essentially was stacked from the floor to the ceiling in some locations.
In most of the residents, yes.
Including his bedroom.
Yes.
The gun, though, was not hidden in any piles of all of these various items.
No.
The gun itself was in plain sight on top of a dresser next to that TV.
Yes.
And you recall, obviously, we saw pictures of the gun and its location inside of that room.
Correct.
I think your previous testimony was that you did not find a silencer in his bedroom,
That's correct.
and you didn't find a silencer anywhere on the property.
Not to my knowledge.
And you would also agree that you didn't find any materials or the attempts to make a silencer.
I don't know what materials go in to make a silencer, so I can't answer that.
Okay. At the very end of your testimony, you mentioned the fact that obviously Deputy Kukan paid a visit to Mr. Rasch in the afternoon at some point or early evening hours on June 23rd.
I believe so.
Okay. And then we went through a whole litany of all of Mr. Rasch's web searches. You recall this?
Yes.
Okay. And part of the web searches that he had immediately after Deputy Kukan left were those searches regarding search warrants and visiting the legislative websites and things of that nature?
I believe that timeline would be correct, yes.
And that would be immediately after the deputy had contact with him initially?
Yes.
Is it fair to say then that obviously Mr. Rasch was aware that law enforcement potentially could be returning to the residence with a search warrant to search his bedroom and the rest of the property?
It would appear so.
And yet the gun remained in plain sight on the dresser in his bedroom?
Yes.
You're also aware, I would imagine, from reviewing the reports of other detectives involved in your case, that the silver Mitsubishi that Mr. Rasch owned, you're aware that he owned a silver Mitsubishi?
Yes.
And you referred that you had contact with this vehicle because there was blood in the passenger seat compartment of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that that Mitsubishi was taken up to the Adams County property that was owned by Mr. Rasch's grandmother the following day on June 24th.
I was not aware it was his grandmother that owned it, but yes, I knew it was taken to Adams County.
Okay, so Deputy Kukan pays the initial visit to him on Sunday, June 23rd, correct?
Yes.
And then the following day, you weren't here maybe for the testimony, but there's flock videos and other things suggesting that that vehicle was transported to Adams County on June 24th.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay, and yet the gun remained in his bedroom on the dresser in plain sight.
I don't know if the gun was there while the vehicle was being transported, but I agree with what you're saying, but I can't say that it was there the entire time.
Okay, the gun was not left in Adams County at the property in Adams County.
Correct.
You mentioned a couple of the shirts that were seized for evidence in this case.
Yes.
One was one that said Silverado on it,
Yes.
and that's the shirt that Mr. Rasch was wearing on some of the surveillance videos that were obtained from the activities on June 11th.
Yes.
And those were the videos that we saw from the Culvers in Oconomowoc.
I have no idea.
Okay, you're not familiar with the videos themselves?
I'm familiar. I don't know that you saw them. That's what I guess I was saying.
Sure. So he's captured on video in at least 2 locations on June 11th, correct?
Yes.
One is at Goodwill,
Yes.
and the other is the Culvers.
Yes.
And that's the Silverado shirt that you collected during the search warrant.
Yes.
You said that both of those shirts were sent for testing,
I believe only one of them was sent for testing.
and which shirt was sent for testing?
The Silverado shirt.
Okay? And what kind of testing did you request be done on that shirt?
I didn't request the testing, so I don't know, sir.
Okay. Do you know who did?
I don't.
Okay, fair enough. The gun that was taken from his bedroom, we've talked about, or you've talked about it a little bit here, and that's the Taurus 9mm.
Yes.
When did he buy the Taurus 9mm?
I remember coming across the paperwork, but I cannot give you an exact date or time.
Do you think that it was in 2024?
I honestly do not recall.
Okay. You're aware, though, that that's the only handgun that he purchased?
I don't know that, no.
Did you do a search to see if he owned other firearms?
I believe Detective Lake did.
When people purchase a firearm, you would agree that it's not unusual for them to also look for accessories for their gun,
Correct.
like holsters,
Yes.
perhaps silencers?
Yes.
And you can understand the reason why people might find getting a silencer for their gun to be, some kind of novelty or a cool accessory.
To each their own, yes.
Okay. But the way that they're depicted in the media and movies, you would understand the appeal of that.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time going through the search history that you found on the device that was taken from his pocket.
Yes.
I want to run through some of those messages, certainly not all of them, but let's just start kind of at the top. I believe the exhibits started at 136. You'd agree with that?
I believe you are correct. Yeah, 126, actually. Well, I'm sorry, that was not. You're talking just the searches?
The screenshots and...
Yes, 136.
Okay. So your testimony indicated that there were some searches around February 2nd that were regarding infidelity and divorce,
Yes.
and what those implications might be on a divorce case in Wisconsin.
Yes.
In general, you would agree that when you looked through all of these searches over various topics, that they would appear in clusters.
Yeah, I would say multiple searches about the same thing. Is that what you're asking?
Right. Maybe
Yes.
that's a better way of saying it. So on a particular day, he might be making some inquiry about a silencer, correct?
Yes.
And then there would be maybe 5 or 6 variously worded inquiries about a silencer.
Yes.
And the same applied for the effect infidelity might have on a divorce.
Yes.
And the same kind of pattern existed throughout these records.
I guess.
Okay. In terms of those particular searches for his divorce case, you indicated that those happened on February 3rd and also on February 5th. That there was indications that he had gone on to CCAP and looked up his case.
I think I referenced that he searched it at least 4 times. So I think there's more dates than that. But
I'm just going in chronological order.
okay.
But you recall your testimony about that.
Yes.
And when you look at CCAP, you would agree that a letter was sent from the court on February 1st.
I didn't look into that.
Okay. If a letter was sent from the court on February 1st, you might expect that he would get it a few days later.
Yes.
And that could prompt him to look up his case.
Yes.
Okay. On February 20th, you referred to searches that he did in regards to a concealed carry class. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you're aware that he signed up for a concealed carry class on March 10th, a few weeks later?
I remember there being talk about it. I don't recall exactly that he did.
And that was also in the time frame on February 20th that he was also researching accessories for the Taurus firearm.
Yes.
There was a series of messages that you referred to, I believe, as Exhibit 141, and these were in regards to installing cameras during a divorce. You recall that?
Yes.
And in particular, you're aware that Crystal Rasch is the one who installed cameras at the residence on 730 Main Street.
I know that Crystal installed cameras, yes. She had a Google Nest camera on the Main Street address, yes.
Okay. And those were the searches that he was looking up in terms of, can somebody install a camera during a divorce?
I don't know if they correlate with one another.
There was another web entry where Mr. Rasch looked up his divorce case on March 14th. You recall your testimony about that?
Yes.
Are you aware that he had a court hearing for the divorce case, a telephone scheduling conference on March 19th?
No.
If that was on CCAP, you would agree that that occurred?
100%.
Okay. And it wouldn't be unusual for somebody to look up their case to see when their next court hearing might be, or what time it might be, or what courtroom it may take place in.
Correct.
There were some messages, I believe, as Exhibit 165, where there was some searches related to, do you die instantly from a gunshot to the head? Do you recall seeing those?
Yes.
Okay. And in your earlier testimony, you indicated that he had also searched another Dodge County case on the same date.
Yes.
And that was the case in regards to his child support.
Yes.
And your testimony earlier was that there was an order to modify his child support. Do you recall if that order took place on May 11th?
May 11th, yep.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
The effective date of when he was supposed to start paying child support was on May 30th. Do you recall that?
I recall reading it. I don't recall that date, but I will believe you.
Okay. And that child support order that went into place, you recall your testimony that you said there was an amount to be paid for child support and then also an amount for arrearages.
Yes.
And the total amount was going to be $155 a week.
If you round, it would be 165, or because it was 154.38 and then $10 in arrears, so it'd be 164.38.
Okay, so we're talking about a sum of between $600 and $700 a month.
Yes.
Are you aware of where Mr. Rasch worked at the time?
I believe reading through some of that, it said that Mr. Rasch was unemployed.
That would have been earlier that year in March.
Okay. Then no, I'm not 100% familiar where he was working at that time.
Given what you know about Mr. Rasch, do you believe that he's a person who has limited means?
Limited means in regards to what? I guess I don't know.
Income.
I can look at it both ways, yes and no. Initially, yes, because of the living conditions and the vehicles I saw, but then you have a newer vehicle, and then you have all the stuff in the house, so you have to have money to buy the stuff. So I don't have a good answer for that.
Sure, that's fair enough. You're aware that in terms of child support goes to individuals who actually have custody of children.
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that at this point, when the court ordered child support, that wouldn't be money that would go to Crystal Rasch.
It appeared it would not have gone to Crystal Rasch, and the reason I say that is because at the end of the 154.38 and in the arrears, it said Crystal Rasch's child support will be held pending open or held open. So that made me believe that that money would not have gone to Crystal, because why would both pay support? Unless the kids were somewhere else.
And you're aware through the investigation that the children had been removed for 5 years.
An extended amount of time, I don't recall that was 5, but yes.
And that they were placed with the Dohertys.
Yes.
There was a series of messages that you testified about that occurred on June 6th, and I believe this starts as Exhibit 169. The specific inquiry, I believe, was, can a disability person be put on a witness stand? You recall that?
Yes.
And then same thing with another search about mentally unstable?
Yes.
You're aware through this investigation that Mr. Rasch was with Crystal Rasch starting on that date?
I knew they went to the Dells. I don't know. It would sound approximate at that time, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. You're aware, though, that Crystal Rasch was on disability?
Yes.
And that she's been described by, I think, many people through the investigation as being lower functioning?
Yes.
And at this point in time, on June 6th, both of these individuals still had TPR cases scheduled for trials.
I'll believe you.
There were some additional searches that happened. One in Exhibit 173. On June 7th, there was an inquiry about, can your past record be used against you at a jury trial?
Yes.
The only jury trial that was scheduled that was imminent for Mr. Rasch at that point was for the termination of parental rights. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
This case had not been filed.
Correct.
There was testimony that you provided in regards to Exhibit 175 that there were searches that were done on Mr. Rasch's phone in terms of child custody lawyers or child custody lawyers in Milwaukee. You recall that?
Yes.
And DA Will asked you whether those similar searches were on Crystal Rasch's phone. You recall?
I do.
And you said there was no similar searches on her phone.
I said I do not recall.
Okay. You do agree that at this point, on June 10th, that the evidence from your investigation revealed that these individuals were together,
Yes.
and they had been together for a few days because they had traveled up to the campground in Adams County.
Yes.
So you would agree that it would make sense that if these people were together, that perhaps one person might be making these searches.
I can't say
Objection
that.
call. It's fine. I'll withdraw.
Overruled. Go ahead. He responded. He can't make that assessment.
That's fine. And you're aware that on June 11th, that these two individuals did in fact travel to the Milwaukee area,
Yes.
and that was in an attempt to have a meeting with one of these law firms.
I don't know that.
You'd agree that there was multiple law firms that were searched on his phone?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Very brief.
Go ahead.
Detective Young, I wanted to go back to when the defendant was placed into custody at his residence. Approximately how many officers were on scene at that time?
20.
So would you say that he didn't have much of an option but to cooperate given the law enforcement presence on
Objection.
scene?
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Was there also a canine officer on scene?
Yes.
I want to go to the searches about silencers. Those were in groups, correct?
Yes.
But there was also more than one search for silencers, correct?
Yes.
Can you remind me again how long you've worked for the sheriff's office?
20 years.
And part of that, have you also assisted in courtroom security at times?
Yes.
And does that courtroom security ever involved individuals that are involved in divorce cases?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that sometimes people can be upset with their
Objection,
divorce
Judge.
cases? I think he asked about upcoming matters for his divorce case.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did you pull Mr. Rasch's bank account information as part of your investigation?
Objection, Judge, beyond the scope.
I think that he did ask for him about Mr. Rasch's means, if he was a man of means.
Overruled.
I'm trying to think if I directly had access to his bank account. I believe the bank account the bank account, which we saw in one of our slides, showed an ATM withdrawal from an account that was associated with Zachariah Rasch. After he pulled $100 out of the ATM, the remaining balance was $74.81, if I recall correctly.
But that's the only account that you can recall at this time. There's no other bank account associated with the defendant, Zachariah Rasch, that you can recall at this time.
Not that I can recall.
Nothing, thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, you could step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Timing is incredible. Lunch is here. It's ready for you. We're going to take an hour for lunch. Folks, once again, I just simply remind you, you cannot discuss the case. You can discuss anything else that you wish, but you cannot discuss the case until your final deliberations. All right.
I'll take credit for the time.
All right, we are back on the record. Anything before we bring in the jury?
Nothing from the state.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, please bring in the jury.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, Judge, I did have one thing, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
That one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you know what I'm going to ask. Is there anybody here who violated the rules of the court? No one has raised their hand. For those of you in the audience, please understand that the court order prohibits taking still photography or recording these proceedings. If, in fact, that occurs, you will be warned or told about it the first time, and the second time you will be asked to leave the courtroom. Next witness, please.
State calls Detective Kelsey Becker.
Come on up. Please be careful on the ramp. You get to the top, please stand and raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kelsey Becker, Kelsey, Becker.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
11 and a half years.
And what is your current position there?
A detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
6 years.
Now, directing your attention to June of 2024, through the course of that employment as a detective, were you assigned to assist with the investigation into the disappearance of Crystal Rasch?
Yes.
And as part of that assignment, were you tasked with requesting and obtaining Facebook records?
Yes.
Can you explain that process briefly?
I put in preservation requests for 4 different accounts, and that's just to freeze the data that's on the accounts. And then I applied for a search warrant, got that signed, and uploaded it to the law enforcement portal via the Facebook.
So did you request specifically Facebook records for an account believed to be that of Zachariah Rasch?
Yes.
Did you receive those records?
Yes.
And did you review those records?
Yes.
Detective Becker, I am showing you what's been previously marked as exhibits 197 through 202. Could you just take a moment and page through those? Have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yes.
And do you recognize those as excerpts from the Facebook records from an account believed to be operated by Zachariah Rasch?
Yes.
I would move admission of exhibits 197, 198, 199, 200, and 201 and 202.
Any objection?
No objection, except for our previously noted objection, Your Honor.
That objection is noted for the record. They are received.
Would also ask permission to publish to the jury.
They may be published.
So directing your attention to the screen, is that the same image as what is before you as exhibit 197?
Yes.
And so just generally, what are we looking at here?
Looks like the first page of the Facebook return, which is giving just account identifier information, when the record was generated by Facebook, the date range of what the request was for, and the name of the account holder, registration date, email associated to the account.
So when Facebook, or I guess technically speaking, Meta provides these records, are they provided looking like this?
Yes.
And are the records divided with these blue banners indicating pages?
Yes.
So directing your attention to the middle of the page there, it says date range. Is that the date of the records requested?
Yes.
So, in other words, these records would represent what Facebook has for the year 2024, month of January and day 19, through 2024, July 1st.
Correct.
Now, before we get into other records, are you aware of what UTC stands for?
Yes.
And what is that?
It stands for the Coordinated Universal Time. And so what that is, it's the global standard of time throughout the world. And then each time zone has an offset to give you your local time of where you're at.
So throughout the records, are the records going to show every time in that UTC?
Correct.
And so here we're in the central time zone. During the summer, are we, is it technically the central daylight time zone?
Yes, so Central Time observes daylight savings, so you have to factor in that the months of November to March, the offset would be -6 hours, and then from the months of March until November it would be -5 hours for the offset of UTC.
So then just as an example, we have July 1st, and it just gives 11:59 p.m. as the date. If we were to consider the local time as compared to that, because that's in July, we would just subtract 5 hours from that time?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at the bottom of Meta Platforms Business Record, page 1, which is at the first half of Exhibit 197, does it indicate the name provided by the person who created the account, at least the name that was inputted at that time?
Yes.
And what is the name that's listed there?
Zach Rasch.
And then on page 2 of that same exhibit, does it have where I'm pointing here, does it have a spot for registered email addresses?
Yes.
And could you read the email addresses associated there?
The verified primary is listed as zachandcrystal2008@gmail.com, and another verified one shows zach.rosh@facebook.com.
And then actually moving back to account identifier here on page 1, can you explain what that is?
So that's just the specific. So if you were to input that into Facebook or into the search bar, it would go right directly to that Facebook profile.
And so that account identifier, that web address represents this specific account, correct?
Yes.
And did you do any investigation into this account to verify that it appeared to be operated by the defendant?
I mean, we inputted it when we were doing the initial investigation. I don't believe there's any profile picture associated to it. But it appeared that that was the one that was being used by him.
All right, now directing your attention to the next page, marked as Exhibit 198. Now, first of all, the text that we're seeing on these pages, the records page 165 and records page 243, the way that these pages show up, do these banners just separate those pages?
Yes.
And so then there would be information above, which refers to the previous page of the records, and then information below that refers to the next page, correct?
Correct.
So from what's been excerpted here from page 164 and into 165, it says friend request definition. Can you explain what we're looking at here?
So this is almost just like a glossary of terms as to what each title of what's in the records means.
And so, and this is in the section of the records concerning friend requests?
Yes.
And so if accepted, it will indicate whether or not that request was accepted or not, is that right?
Yes.
And then the time, does that show then the date and time that the request was either accepted or rejected, depending?
Yes.
Now, directing your attention over to the other side, which is the business records page 243, but still Exhibit 198. What do we see here?
Looks like a friend request that Zach Rasch had sent a request to Arlene Bowman, and it appears that she accepted the friend request on June 20th, 2024, around, what is that, 10:10 a.m.?
And would that be our time?
Correct, that would be with the -5 offset.
Going now to page 2 of that same exhibit, so 198, page 2. Can you just explain what we're seeing in this first section?
Same thing again, it's definition or glossary of what each title of you're seeing in the records, so that way you have an understanding as to what you're reading.
And this refers to the like the Facebook messages section, correct?
Yes.
And so where it has, can you tell us what it says after sent?
Sent means date and time of communication sent.
And then down here where it has body, is that then the text of the message that was sent?
Correct.
Directing your attention over to the other side, the business records page 1519, which is still part of page 2 of Exhibit 198. What do we see below there?
So this is a one-to-one chat, so it's just two participants, and it's between Arlene Bowman and Zach Rasch. You'll see that the date shows 7/24 of 2024, and that's just showing that date because that's when Facebook or Meta had provided the information to us. It goes up until that time date.
All right, so where it has current participants, it has July 24th, 2024, and that refers to when Facebook or Meta was grabbing these records from.
Correct.
And then what do we see below it?
We see that Zach Rasch sent a message on 6/20 of 2024, and he said, hey.
And so at about what time would that be?
That'd be, so our UTC, the -5 offset would be, it looks like 10:58 a.m.
And that is on June 20th of 2024?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, at this time in the investigation, had Crystal already been missing?
Yes.
And Crystal had already been missing for several days at this point, correct?
Yes.
But had the missing persons report been made yet at this time?
No.
And so can you tell me who initiates this chat?
Looks like Zach Rasch sends the message first to Arlene Bowman.
All right, now going to the next page, which is the same exhibit 198, but page 3. Directing your attention to the left, can you read what Zach Rasch sent here?
Yeah, so on June 20th, 2024, at so -5 in time would be 11:39 a.m. He wrote, not bad, been bored as fuck.
And then the next message?
Zach Rasch wrote, living the single life.
And that was also on June 20th of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Moving to the other column, can you read the exchange here?
Zach Rasch wrote on June 20th, 2024 at, looks like it'd be 10 a.m. our time. Yep, I'm single. She cheated on me while I was at work. Arlene Bowman responded shortly after that on the same date of June 20th, 2024. She said, that's so fucked. What's wrong with bitches? Zach Rasch responded, same date, shortly after that. Don't know, been single and looking. Arlene Bowman responded shortly after that, same date, and wrote, LOL, yeah. Zach Rasch, same date, shortly after that, wrote, yeah. Zach Rasch again sent another message, same date, shortly after that time, and said, it sucks being single.
And going now to that same exhibit, but page 4. And just want to clarify, this top message can go back for 1 second to the previous page, sorry. Here do we see that the next message being sent is from that other person, Arlene?
Correct.
And now going to the next page. So then this message here would be from Arlene, correct?
Yes.
Now I want to skip down to this message here that was sent also on June 20th, 2024. Can you please read that message for me?
Zach Rasch wrote on June 20th, 2024, and the offset time would be 10:24 a.m. He wrote, "You know I've always liked you."
And continuing from there.
Arlene Bowman responded on the same date. Shortly after that said, "Yes, I do. That's why I don't bother ever." And no.
And then continuing from there.
Zach Rasch responded, same date, shortly after that, and said, "No what?" And then he sent another one, same date right after that, about an hour difference, and said, "Would like to go out."
And that, so it indicates the author here, and then the body of the message is on the next page. Is that right?
Yes.
And continuing then from there.
Arlene Bowman responded, same date, said, "What you mean?" Zach Rasch responded, same date, "Like, see a movie, maybe a few drinks." Zach Rasch responded again, same date, appears as about another hour later. He said, "It's up to you." Arlene Bowman responded on the same date, shortly later, and said, "Yeah, I would have to let you know."
And then going to the last page of that exhibit 198.
Zach Rasch,
Sorry, go ahead and read off the first message there.
Zach Rasch responded on 6/20/2024, said, "What's your plans for Saturday?" Arlene responded, same date, "I work this weekend."
I'm now directing your attention over to the other side of that exhibit, but the business record page 1527. Can you read that first message?
Yeah, it looks like the name is cut off, but I believe it's a message from Zach Rasch on June 22nd, 2024, minus the 5 for the time would be 3:28 p.m. He wrote, "Do you know anyone who would want to go see a movie?"
So the bulk of the messages that we talked about up until this point were from June 20th, and this one is from June 22nd. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, now moving on to what's been marked as Exhibit 199. Starting at the top corner here, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is the beginning of another one-to-one chat thread message, and the participants is Hope Dupuis and Zach Rasch.
Through your involvement in this case or other investigation, do you know who Hope Dupuis is in relation to the defendant?
That's Zach Rasch's daughter from a previous relationship.
Now, moving down to the bottom left and into the right side there. Sorry, can you go back? First of all, what are we looking at as we go into these portions of the exhibit?
This appears to be images of a handgun that Zach Rasch sends to Hope Dupuis on February 20th of 2024.
And what do we see indicated in the picture here?
It's a picture of a Taurus handgun.
And then here, we have messages from Zach Rasch.
Yes.
Can you indicate what those say?
Zach Rasch writes on February 20th, 2024, "My new toy." He again sends another message right after that, says Taurus 9mm, and Hope Dupuis sends another message back and says, on the same date, "Looks nice."
And then going to the next page of that exhibit. So again, that's Exhibit 199, page 2. Does this also capture another portion of messages between the defendant and Hope?
I would believe so. It just doesn't say Hope's name on it.
But it does indicate this is a message from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And what is this picture of?
Looks like the concealed carry license with his name on it.
And does the defendant send a message right before sending that photo?
Yes.
And what is that message, the text of that?
So Zach Rasch writes on March 30th, 2024, I can officially carry now.
Then moving on to the next page, the third page of that exhibit. Is this a continuation of messages between Zach Rasch and Hope?
Yes.
And what is sent on the left side here?
It appears to be a picture, like a selfie style, of Zach Rasch taking a picture of his handgun in the holster on his hip.
And does Zach send a message here on the other side regarding that?
Yes.
And what is the text there?
Zach Rasch writes on April 9th, 2024, the holster came in and right away I had to use it.
And those messages are from April 9th of 2024?
Correct.
Going on to the next page, the fourth page of Exhibit 199. Is this a continuation of some messages between the defendant and Hope?
Yes.
And starting at the top here, who sent the initial message that you see there?
Zach Rasch sent that message.
And the date sent indicates the year 2024, June 12th at 0000 hours 31 minutes UTC. Can you convert that into local time for June?
So it actually would be then on June 11th, 2024 at 7:31 p.m.
And could you read the message there?
Zach Rasch writes, have you heard from Crystal?
And continuing from there, the exchange.
Hope Dupuis responds on the same date of June 11th, 2024. No, I have not. Zach Rasch writes back shortly after that, same date. Okay. And then he sends another one a little while later on the same date and said, she always talks to you. Hope Dupuis responds back on the same date. She hasn't today. Hope Dupuis sends another message on the same date. Last I heard was other day when she said the basement around here weren't good, and I even told her that most probably won't be because it's an older area. Zach Rasch responds on the same date, shortly after that, and says, okay.
And then does the conversation continue onto the next side of that page?
Yes. So it appears that Zach Rasch sends another message. This date's going to be June 13th, 2024. And he said, she is ignoring again. Hope Dupuis responds back, damn, that sucks. Zach Rasch responds again and says, yeah.
Then moving on to, I believe, the last page of Exhibit 199. Can you continue with the messages that are sent here on that page?
Zach Rasch sends a message on June 21st, 2024, and he says, have you heard from Crystal? Hope Dupuis responds back on the same date, shortly after, and says, not since June 10th. Zach Rasch sends another message shortly after that and says, wow. Zach Rasch sends another message shortly after that and says, I think I pissed her off really bad. Hope to P responds shortly after that on the same date and says, oh yeah.
And does that message continue on to the next side of that page?
Yes.
And could you please continue with the content of those messages?
Hope Dupee responds on, this date shows it would be June 25th, 2024 with the offset of the -5 hours. So it would be 9:59 p.m. And she wrote, you hear from Crystal yet? On the same date, Zach Rasch responds, a few words. Hope Dupee responds shortly after that. Well, a couple hours later after that and says, dang. And then she sends another follow-up message on the same date. She never opened up the photos I sent her of the kids almost a week ago. Zach Rasch responded right after that on the same date and said she messaged on a different account. Hope Dupee responded to that on the same date and said, oh, weird. Zach Rasch responded after that and said, yeah.
And now directing your attention to the next exhibit marked Exhibit 200. Can you just summarize what we're looking at here?
So again, this is another message thread of Zach Rasch communicating with a Greg Klumpers. And it's believed that this would be through a Facebook Marketplace messaging for this specific car.
And both this and then the next page, let me just go to the next page, of Exhibit 200. Is this a conversation regarding the purchase of a Chevy Cobalt?
Yes.
And is that between the defendant and this other person on Facebook?
Correct.
Ultimately, does the seller, if you will, indicate that the listing for this Chevy Cobalt is listed as sold?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the content of the message between those two?
Yes.
And just can you tell us the date that these messages were sent? Or I should say the dates that these messages were sent.
So it looks like the first message was sent on June 18th of 2024, and they communicated until June 19th of 2024.
All right, now directing your attention to Exhibit 201. Do you have that image in front of you?
Yes.
And again, just starting over on the left side, what can you tell us that we're looking at based on what you see there?
It's another one-to-one chat message thread with a Janet Brown and Zach Rasch.
And can you see who initiates this conversation?
Zach Rasch sends the first message on the date technically would be June 11th, 2024 with the -5 hours offset.
So would that be June 11th at 11:36 p.m.?
Correct.
And just going over to the other side where the messages continue, could you just run through those messages?
Janet Brown on June 12th, 2024, with the offset hours would be, looks like 1 a.m. Wrote, how are you doing? Zach Rasch responds on the same date, okay, and you? Janet Brown responds, says, where are you from? Zach Rasch responds on the same date, Wisconsin, and you? Janet Brown responds, same date, what are you looking for? Zach Rasch responds, same date, says serious relationship, and you? Janet Brown responds, same date, I'm looking for fun and see where it leads.
So this first message over here, our time was sent June 11th, 11:36, correct?
Correct.
And these messages over here continue on to what would be here, Zach Rasch's response on the 12th. That would be the 12th at 2:27 a.m. our time.
Yeah, sorry, maybe I did the math wrong. Yep.
And then this conversation continues throughout what would be the 12th, right?
Yes.
All right, and now directing your attention to Exhibit 202. First of all, can you just tell me what type of records from Facebook that we're looking at here?
This looks like the portion where anytime you make any comments on any pages, it collected that data.
And are these comments that would have been made by this Facebook account?
Yes.
Directing your attention here, can you indicate the time of this Facebook comment?
Yes, so that would be with the -5 hour offset, it would put the date of June 22nd, 2024 at 10:05 p.m.
And could you just read the content of that comment?
It says, Zach Rasch commented on Scott's lawn care and snow removals post. Stay off the property of 730 Main Street in Kleinman. You are not welcome on the property. I am the property owner. Brenda isn't even supposed to be living in the house anymore. Eviction paperwork is in the process of being served on her to be removed from the property. You have been trespassing on private property without the owner's consent to mow the grass.
And to your knowledge, is this the address where Crystal Rasch had been living?
Yes.
Now, we have reviewed a number of excerpts from the Facebook records. This wasn't all of the records that you received from Facebook, correct?
No.
In referring you back to Exhibit 199, that's where the defendant sent a picture of the Taurus gun to Hope, correct?
Yes.
Through your review of the records, was that a picture that he sent to multiple contacts?
Yeah, I think he sent another photo to maybe, I think it was his son, his other adult son.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Detective.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Right there yet. So I'm going to talk about the posts of the firearm and the CCW card and the holster. And so in this case, is Exhibit 199, the photograph of the Taurus 9mm that was broadcast or sent to his daughter and his son.
Yes.
Correct? All right, so he was broadcasting it on the internet that he owns this gun, right?
Correct.
And in your investigation, you know that this gun was lawfully purchased, correct?
Yes.
From a licensed firearm dealer, correct?
Yes.
Then on 199-2, he broadcast on the internet for everyone to see that he had a CCW.
Correct.
All right. Now, for a CCW, you have to apply for that, correct?
Yes, and take a class.
And take a class. That's my next question. And obviously here again, he's broadcasting that he has taken the class and he has applied and has been accepted, correct?
Correct.
And then lastly, the picture of on 199-3 is just a photograph of a holster that he purchased for the firearm, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that when people buy firearms, they have it sometimes would tend to buy accessories to the firearms, like holsters or sights and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
None.
All right, you can step down. Next witness, please.
So we would call Andrew Rolfs.
All right, come on up. Come right around the court reporter. Please be careful on the ramp. When you get to the top, stand and raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell both?
Andrew Rolfs, last name spelled R-O-L, F as in Frank, S as in Sam.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective for the Dodge County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you worked for the Dodge County Sheriff's Office?
going on 20 years.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a detective,
How long have you worked as a detective?
13 years.
I'm going to direct your attention to June 25th of 2024. Were you working for the Sheriff's Office on that date?
Yes,
And did your detective division get assigned to investigate missing persons complaint?
yes,
And did you work essentially with a partner in this case?
yes.
And who was that person?
Detective Justin Cotton.
And was it fair to say that you and Justin Cotney as this, who was the missing person in this case?
Crystal Rasch.
And is it fair to say is that missing person investigation of Crystal Rasch evolved that you and Justin Cotney were essentially the two lead investigators?
Yes,
And you were the Detective Cotney sort of took more formal lead, and you were kind of his supervising detective because you have been in, how long have you been in the Detective Bureau again, 13 years?
13 years.
Is that accurate, basically, that you were sort of showing him the ropes, so to speak, and then he took the lead himself?
Yes,
So on June 25th, did you at some point go to Crystal Rasch's apartment?
yes,
And we've had testimony already about her apartment, but was there a calendar in particular that drew your attention at that apartment?
yes, there was.
And what was it about that calendar that drew your attention?
Well, on that calendar, Crystal Rasch had kept all important dates, like times she was going to visit her kids, doctor's appointments, things like that, and would subsequently cross the days out as the month went on.
And did she also have some medications there?
Yes, she did.
And did there appear to be some days that the medications weren't taken?
That is correct.
And were there also days though was this a like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday medication separator?
Yes,
So were there days that the medication was missing?
I believe so.
And days that had medication in it?
Yes,
And did that also draw your attention?
yes,
Did you also check the garage area to determine whether or not her vehicle was inside of the garage?
we did.
And without saying what she said, but did you speak was Crystal Rasch's biological mother present at that apartment when you went there?
Yes,
And did she tell you where she believed Crystal Rasch was located?
she did.
And was there later investigation at that location that she believed she was at?
Yes,
And was it determined that she was not at that location?
she was not.
So at this point then, and leading into do you remember what time of day you went to that apartment on Tuesday, June 25th?
It was in the afternoon sometime, I believe.
So then at some point, were you becoming more concerned that this was more than a missing person investigation?
Yes,
And we heard testimony before, but was there investigation into financial documents
yes,
and surveillance footage drawn?
yes,
And ultimately, was a search warrant performed on a residence?
yes.
And do you know when law enforcement arrived initially at the Wood Road residence? Approximately what time?
I believe sometime after midnight into the 26th. I wasn't actually out there at that time, but that's the best of my recollection.
And were you present for the execution of that search warrant?
Not the initial one, no.
And what were you doing? What was your role?
Detective Cotney and I were back at the sheriff's office, and we were going to interview Zach Rasch.
And an interview did in fact take place, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that Detective Cotney essentially sort of took the lead on the interview.
Yes.
And you were present though as well, correct?
Correct.
And then after, how long was that interview?
Over 11 hours.
And so after that interview was complete, is it fair to say that you were required to go home and sleep?
Yes.
And then after you got your mandatory rest time, did you come back? Did you go back to the scene?
We did the following day. Yes, on the 27th of June, 2024, we went back to the scene, or we went to the scene.
And was that the first time then that you had been to the scene?
Correct.
So when you got to the scene, what were some of the first things that you observed that really stuck out in your mind?
Well, Detective Cotney was walking in front of me, and we went around the command vehicle to the right, and Detective Cotney started noticing monster cans and Montego cigarette butts leading along a path to the right of the driveway, past an abandoned vehicle, and ultimately to an area of ground that looked like there was a fire there at some point, like a very hot fire.
And why were those Montego cigarettes and monster cans important to you? Why did those stand out? Or to, I guess, to the both of you, to Detective Cotney and to you as well? Because
we had learned in the course of our investigation and interview that that was Zach Rasch's beverage and cigarette of choice.
Okay, so, and then what observations did you make?
Detective Cotney and I were looking around at some small maple trees around this burned area and had noted that the trees' leaves were wilted and singed. It looked like a fire had been big enough and or hot enough to burn these surrounding small trees. We noted that this burn area didn't contain a lot of leftover debris or ash. There were some remnants of some plastic and some other things there, but there wasn't like piles of ash or coals or anything there. Detective Cotney reached down and was feeling some of the soil, and he smelt it, and I saw a physical reaction when he smelt that soil. And knowing that there had been purchases of sulfuric acid made, significant purchases, we believe that that is where the acid may have been used.
And so as a result of that, what did you and Detective Cotney do?
We got some shovels and some plastic bags, and we collected maybe the top 2 inches of soil in 4 or 5 foot square area.
Okay, I'm going to show you exhibits 205 through 254. Let's write those down myself. And if you could just go through those exhibits briefly and let me know if you recognize those exhibits. You've reviewed all of those photos previously, correct?
Correct.
And you have been to all of those scenes that are reflected in those photos, correct?
Yes.
I would move exhibits 205 through 254 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They will be received.
And I'd move to also publish them to the jury.
You may.
So we're going to start. Is it fair to say, before we start moving through this, that you were present for a search of this burn pit on Wood Road? So this would have been the date that you were there would be Saturday, June 29th, correct? Was the day that you would have gone there the first time. Is that accurate?
The first time, I believe, was the 27th.
The 27th, right.
Yeah.
And then you went, and then did you do something with that stuff on the 29th?
On the 28th, we sorted through the items that we collected, or through the dirt that we collected. along with members of the crime lab
And where did you do that sorting?
at our impound building here in Juneau.
And then there was another search then that happened at that property in October, correct?
Actually, after we sorted on the 28th, there was another search done on the 30th of June that I was not present for.
And then another search that you were present for, thank you for correcting me, that I think Lieutenant Detective Nails was present for the June 30th search, correct?
I'm not positive I was in there.
But then the October searches you were present for, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to go to picture 205. And if we can get the lights on this one, please. And if you could just show us kind of what we're looking at here on this one and what was significant to you. So what is depicted in this photo?
This is a photo of the burned area of interest. I can see in this photo that there appears to be some burnt plastic type material down here, some scorched areas, and then some remnants of some burned debris there.
And this is how the photo or how the burn pit looked when you arrived on the 27th, correct?
Yes.
And I think either you or Detective Cotney took this photo, correct?
Correct.
And then moving to 206. What are we looking at here?
This is more of an overview of that area. If you step back a little ways and try to get the surrounding area, and you can see there's 4 tires kind of arranged off to the right side of the burned area.
And still we can see that sort of melted blue plastic, correct?
Yes.
And the right on top of the picture, that's that mound system, correct?
Yes.
And then beyond that would be Highway J, correct?
Yes, there's more woods that leads out to Highway J.
And then the bottom left hand corner behind us, what would be sort of on that side of the photo?
If we're a little further back, there'd be a white abandoned minivan there. And then there's also a shed off to the left there, a small garden shed.
Okay, 207. What are we looking at here?
That is the bagged up material that we collected after we discovered that it smelled very strongly of some kind of acid or chemical. That's what we dug up from the surface of that burned area and collected here. And that's in a hazmat container at that point because the odor and the fumes were so strong coming off of it, it was making us nauseous.
And then 208.
That is the contents of the bag in the hazmat bin of the dirt that we collected from the burned area.
209.
That is when we began to sort through using sifters to find any organic or inorganic materials in that soil.
So these items, whose handwriting is that on that white sheet there?
That's my handwriting.
And then why were these items sort of placed in this area?
Some of those pieces looked like they were pieces of bone.
And so are you able to say that something is or is not human bone?
No.
Was the sheriff's office working with an anthropologist that would have been able to make that determination?
Yes, Dr. Jordan Karsten was present, as well as Dodge County Medical Examiner P.J. Schobel, who also is trained in that.
So were they present while you were doing this, or were they were just working with you in this investigation?
I know that Dr. Carson was present during this search and sifting of that soil.
So going to, I think we're on 210, correct?
Yep.
What is this here?
That's another set of items that we found through sifting the dirt.
I think is this a close-up of 210, a close-up of 209?
Yes, it just looks like slightly more zoomed in.
Okay, going to 211.
These are some of the inorganic materials we found, various metals and other items that didn't believe to be bone or any other organic matter.
So were you able to ever find anything that you believed were the remnants of a cell phone?
I did find in one of these siftings a small circular glass, what appeared to be a cell phone camera lens.
And is that depicted in this photo?
I see some round objects, but I honestly can't tell if that was the actual lens.
But could we ever positively identify that either A, as a cell phone lens, or B, as a cell phone lens for a particular cell phone?
No.
So possible, but anything besides that lens that we could say with any certainty was a cell phone?
No, that piece was consistent with a lens from a cell phone, but I don't know that it was.
Okay, and so now we're on going to this is 211, correct? 212?
212.
And what are we looking at here?
This is sorting of some soil that was collected when the first search warrant was done on the 26th.
So on the 26th, the crime lab or sheriff's office did collect some surface of that burn pit, correct?
Yes, that was, I found that out later, but yes.
Okay. 213. What are we looking at here? Looks like your little sheet kind of tells us that, correct? That white.
Yeah, items that we got from sifting the soil from next to the shed and the white van.
And so that's something that then would have been turned over to Dr. Carson for further potential identification, correct?
Yes, anything that was suspected to possibly be any type of bone would have been turned over to him.
And then 214, close-up of those items, is that correct? 215.
More debris or inorganic materials from that same batch of dirt.
During the interview with the defendant, did he tell us that he was burning things in this burn pit?
Yes.
What types of things did he say he was burning?
He said he had burned containers of oil. He had burned empty plastic containers that had contained the sulfuric acid. He was burning cardboard boxes, some luggage, and I believe he said he was also burning. I can't say that.
So is this debris here? Was it? I see like a small key here. Is this metal things or a mixture of metal and other items?
It's a mixture of just items that didn't burn.
Okay. Moving to 216. Oh, so that's, is it fair to say though that there are a number of debris items though from that burn that we located that weren't depicted, but those pictures kind of gave us a summary of the different things that we located during that sifting on October 29th?
Yes.
I'm sorry, not October 29th, June 29th, 2024.
June 28th.
June 20, got a calendar here. So we did, you went to the scene the second time on the 27th, correct?
That was the first, yes, as a sheriff's office, yes, that's the first time I was there.
First time you were there, I'm sorry. You were there the first time. It was technically the second dig of the burn pit on the 27th.
Correct.
And then the sifting in the garage was the 28th.
Yes,
And then that second, so would be the third full dig, grid search type dig, would be on June 30th.
Correct.
Correct. And then there was this large sort of passage of time between June and then October. And at some point, was there a decision made to go back and do another search at the Wood Road property?
yes.
And what were some of the reasons why there was a determination made to do another search at the Wood Road property?
Sure. Once we started getting back warrant returns from Google and cell phone providers, we were able to start mapping out times and locations that Zach Rasch's cellular device was. And we know that a deputy had showed up on the 23rd of June 2024 at about 6:30 p.m. while the fire was still going and while the defendant was over near that fire. So between the timing of the 23rd, the evening of the 23rd, to the time he was taken into custody, didn't give him a lot of time if he were to move parts of a body somewhere else. We had only found small fragments and believed there was probably more, but one of our initial theories was that maybe some of it was taken somewhere else. But after we kind of homed in on that timeline, we didn't believe that he had enough time to go anywhere with these things, not a significant period of time, so we thought that maybe there were some things that we missed and there was more there.
So then October 24th, we go back. Did we find more?
We did.
Okay, so going back to, now we're on 217, correct? 216.
216 is the first picture, yes.
Should follow my own. Exhibit 216. Now we're in the fall, so it looks a little bit different, correct?
Correct.
This is still that same Wood Road address, correct?
Yes.
Is this the way that it looked when you arrived on the 24th?
Yes.
217. What are we looking at here?
This is the burned area that we saw in the previous photos over by the little garden shed, over by the abandoned white minivan.
And I just want to, if you can point out, there's sort of a piece of wood kind of buried, and yeah, if you could, thank you for pointing that out with the laser pointer. It's just behind those trees, and we saw it's going to zooming in, thank you. And I don't know, I'm going to just show you. Let's see if I can get. Exhibit 62. And this is from the search warrant from June 30th. And we see this pink line here that's our perimeter. Does that appear to be that same wood plank that's sort of buried underground that was our perimeter there?
Yes, I believe those were like pieces of a pallet or something similar.
So that sort of marked the perimeter of that June 30th dig site, correct?
Yes.
So we can zoom back out, and that was 217, correct, that we're looking at here. So moving now to 218. And what are we looking at here?
That is the same area, a general area of where that burn pit was, but it's off to, more towards where you saw that board in that last picture.
It looks like we're just kind of looking at a hole in the ground, right?
Correct.
We're going to see a lot of pictures of this hole in the ground. What's so important about this hole in the ground?
When we went out to do that search, Detective Cotney and I decided to go back to the origin where we had found previous bones. The other part of the property is being gridded off and searched by other people. As we were kind of clearing the leaves away just to get another look at this and kind of start a spiral search from that area, I noted the hole and something laying right next to the hole, right there, that looked like some type of rib bone.
And is there something inside the hole too?
There is.
And if you can just point that out with the laser pointer there.
Something right in the center.
And this is just right on the surface, correct? We hadn't done any digging, no manipulation at all at this point, correct?
We had not done anything except move the leaves carefully away from that area.
Okay, looking at 219. So there's a DOSO card here now, and then what's next to that card with the scale next to it?
When we discovered this, we called for Dr. Jordan Karsten to come over and take a look at that, and he advised us that was human rib bone.
Okay. Next slide to 20. What are we looking at here?
That is another piece that we had found that Dr. Jordan Karsten had advised me was part of a human clavicle.
So moving, and you don't have to remember all of the pieces, but he's telling us these are human bones, correct?
Correct.
And he is able to identify some right in the field, correct?
Yes.
Going on to 221. What are we looking at here?
That is another piece of bone that was identified in that area. That is part of the internal structure of the skull.
Okay. Again, this is all on the surface. No digging has taken place yet, correct?
That's correct.
222. This is, what are all these flags?
The flags indicate where we were seeing other pieces of bone.
So did it look like a person was out here digging or something else?
We believe that an animal had dug that up because as we dug down, eventually when we did dig down, there was decomposing flesh in that hole, and we believe that probably prompted an animal to dig down to see what's down there.
Going to 223. What are we looking at here?
That's a view of the general burn area and the flags where we discovered additional bones on the 24th of October 2024. You can see the white van and the garden shed there, and orange flags marking those pieces further to the right of the original burn pit.
And 224.
That's just a little closer up view of the arrangement of flags marking the pieces of bone.
225. And what looks like we're just looking at a picture of someone standing by a tree here.
Yeah, that I can't point out anything on there.
So we'll go to 226. Now what do we see here?
And I see someone pointing at what appears to be a piece of bone.
So let's go back to 225 just real quick so that we can see. So there's a tree, and then close to where that person's standing, then in 226, we can see, now if you could go to 226, some bone there on the ground. Now going to 227.
That is another piece of bone, I believe a piece of mandible or jaw.
Going to 228. And
that is a human molar.
Again, this is right on the surface, correct?
Yes.
229. Now what are we looking at here?
After we discovered right on the surface that we had a bunch of bone fragments, some of them being determined to be human. It was decided to grid this off and take a very careful, closer look at it.
So, again, you weren't at that 6:30 search, but sort of similar gridding process, but now expanding the area to the other side. At least at this point, we're expanding to the other side, and it looks like now we've raked some of the leaves away, correct?
Yes, we removed the leaves. I don't believe we raked them.
Sorry. We're trying to be more careful. We removed debris, so we were just down to the dirt. Do you know how we moved the leaves away?
I don't recall how those were moved. I do recall when we discovered the hole and some of those on the surface, I was just using my hands and just pulling them out of the way.
And do you recall approximately how many people were on scene at this time for this search?
I'd have to guesstimate several dozen.
All sheriff's office, or did we have any support from Dr. Karsten's team during this?
The sheriff's office was there, the medical examiner's office was there, other agencies had provided officers to assist us, and also Dr. Jordan Karsten had brought some of his students with him to assist.
So now, are we still on 229? Yes, so going to 230.
That is another fragment of bone, I believe to be a piece of a mandible or jaw.
231.
Another bone fragment.
232. Looks like right where that flag is, is there something?
Yep, 232 is another bone fragment.
If you could just circle it, it's right where it zoomed in now, right on top of where that flag is, correct?
Yep.
233.
That is another piece of a bone. I believe that is part of the top of the cranium or the side of the cranium.
234. And this, you previously testified that there was some still fleshy parts. Does this represent that, or?
Yes, as we began to excavate down and pull more things out of that hole, we began to get an odor, and it got stronger, and eventually we got to a point where we found some decomposing material.
235.
That appears to be more of that decomposing matter.
236.
After we removed all the disturbed soil in that area, we could see how the hole was originally dug.
So this is sort of that outline of that original hole, correct?
Yes.
And when you say we could see, what types of things, if you could use the laser and just describe what showed us how that original hole was dug?
Well, you can see there's some cut roots in this hole. But what we did is we took real small shovels, like you see on the right of the screen, and moved the disturbed, easier to move soil, because there's a difference between soil that's been dug up and put back in a hole versus something that's been packed down over years. So you could kind of follow the edge of that hole until you didn't have any disturbed soil in there anymore, and it was all the compacted soil.
237. And what are we looking at here now?
That looks like some other areas we're excavating.
Is it? Let's go. I'll look to see how far before we go to the next one. Yeah, I think that's just the. Could it be that this is the sort of end of the dig on October 24th, what it looked like when we were done excavating this area.
Yeah, I can't say for sure if that's the way it looked when we were finished, but I mean, that is what we were doing there, was excavating that soil. And it looks like we have a light out there, so it is getting darker.
And then then we're at 238.
Again, that looks like the area excavated, looks like the size of the 3 grids.
And then we are moving on just to one other section, Judge, that's going to take more than 4 minutes. So I don't know if we want to take our afternoon break now, or if you want me to keep moving. Okay. So now we did one other search on the property on October 30th, correct?
Correct.
And why did we do another search on October 30th?
We had gotten so much material from the search on the 24th and ran out of daylight that we wanted to go back and make sure we found everything we could.
And who was with us when we went back on the 30th?
I believe Dr. Jordan Karsten and his students, along with people from the sheriff's office, medical examiner's office, and possibly other agencies. I don't exactly remember who was all there.
And so the process for this search, same thing. Were we gridding off areas and delicately and gently searching those areas, going down as deep in the soil as we thought was necessary until we got to sort of that root structure?
Correct.
So we'll go now to 230, Exhibit 239. And what area is this?
That is an area near where the other digs were done, but further down the driveway to the east behind an old truck.
So closer to like where the end of the driveway would be on the other side. If we saw like that mobile home, between the mobile home and the end of the driveway, is that right?
Yes, this is moving down the driveway.
Okay. And this is just another gridded off area, correct?
Correct.
240. What are we looking at here?
That's the garden shed that we've seen in other pictures, or if you would turn yourself to the right, you would be looking at that original burned area.
And originally there was a tarp up against this shed, right? Is that correct?
There was a tarp in that area at some point.
Do you remember where it was on the shed? Is it still photographed here, or did we just move it out of the way? Do you recall? I guess where's our path from this photo, if you can recall?
Can you clarify what you mean by path?
The walking path between the white van where that little red wagon is.
Yes. The path and the white van would be to your left as you're looking at this photo.
Okay, so kind of right here. And so that was that tarp kind of right here in this area up against the shed, or somewhere else, or you can't recall at this point?
I recall a tarp being there, but I can't say where it was exactly.
Okay. And then moving on to 241. What are we looking at here?
That appears to be a bone fragment.
242.
That's the gridded off area next to that garden shed.
243.
That is one of the grids in that gridded off area.
And this says 9. Do you recall where was this still next to the shed? Or are you?
1 second.
Or is it perhaps over by the truck? This.
I believe this is near the shed, if I'm not mistaken.
244. And what are we seeing here by that flag? So there's looks like 2 white flag pins. What do we observe there by each of those?
Those are bone fragments?
and just using the pointer so that each person can see. They're circling in the lower white flag and in the upper white flag, those bone fragments. So one is sort of just on the outside of the perimeter marking and one just on the inside of the perimeter marking, correct?
Correct.
And then moving to 240, what exhibit number are we on now?
245.
245. What are we looking at here?
Appears to be another bone fragment.
246.
I can see a flag, but I can't make out what's near that flag.
And do you know what area we're at in this? We saw a wheelbarrow there. Do you know what area we're at? Are we along the path now at this point?
It's tough to orient myself in this
Yeah,
photo, but I do remember a small depression at the path leading up to the driveway if you're going back to the driveway, but I can't say for certain.
247. What are we looking at here?
Appears to be another bone fragment.
248.
Appears to be another bone fragment.
Right there in sort of the bottom portion of the photo of 248, 249.
That appears to be a close-up of that fragment.
250.
Appears to be another bone fragment.
That little shovel, I don't think it's not called a shovel. I don't know what the proper name for that tool is, but is trowel. But is that one of the primary things that were used to dig in this case?
That was one of the tools. We had a variety of tools at our disposal, but that was one of the ones.
So when we say we're digging, we're not just like you were digging a hole for a tree. You're just moving the soil gently a little bit at a time, correct?
Correct.
251. And what are we looking at here now?
That's an area we excavated past the original burn pit into the edge of the mound system.
And then are we looking out at J now?
Yes.
Obviously the greenery, the foliage has died back at this point, correct?
Correct.
252. And what are we looking at here now?
That's the gridded off area behind that old truck that we saw earlier from a different angle.
253. And what
That
is,
it's looks like the dirt is filled back in.
but would that it wasn't freshly dug like that, right, when we first arrived on scene. So does this represent the whole area that we would have excavated on October 30th?
Yes, if you include that area behind the truck as well.
254.
That appears to be just another angle of that. And then in the far right side of the picture could be the other excavated area there.
And then this is again when the dirt has been filled back in, correct?
Correct.
So sometimes we call these exit pictures, is that right?
Yes.
And I just wanted to clarify, during Lieutenant Nell's testimony, he talked about sifting that occurred. So we had these large sifters, and people would kind of go back and forth and sift the dirt and sift through the debris. Was that happening at this scene as well?
Yes.
So it's not that we were just digging and finding things, but we were digging things, putting the dirt in buckets, taking them over to the sifters, and then researching through that dirt that had already been dug, correct?
Correct.
255. No, we're done at 2.
Yep, don't have it.
We are completed at 254, correct? Do these pictures represent all of the bone fragments that we found on October 24th and October 30th.
I don't know if I can say it.
If I told you that the pictures did not represent all the bone fragments that we found, but just basically a summary of the major bone fragments that we found, an overview of the fragments, would you say that was accurate?
Yes, I had seen at some point a log of all the pieces we took, and it was many more than what we honed in on in these pictures.
Just one moment. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
You participated in the search of 730 Main Street, Crystal Rasch's residence.
Yes,
You viewed her calendar, as you described on direct testimony.
yes.
Okay. Were there any dates on the calendar that you saw that Crystal or anybody else had labeled meetings with Zach Rasch?
I don't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay, do you think if something like that you might have noted?
Again, I can't say I don't recall what all the things on the calendar were.
All right. The financial documents of Crystal Rasch, her bank cards, is that something that you took an interest in?
Yes,
Okay. Were you the one that obtained her bank records?
no,
Okay. Do you know how far back the bank records request went?
no.
You mentioned on direct testimony that you saw some medication in Crystal Rasch's room, correct?
Yes,
And the medication was, I guess, in like daily organizers for the week.
yes,
And the what you saw was for the container was for 2 weeks, correct?
I don't recall if the container was for 2 weeks or if there were two containers. I don't recall.
Okay. And you noticed that some of the medication, some of the days were taken, and then some were not.
Yes,
Okay. Do you know what kind of medication it was?
I do not.
Like, for example, what I mean is this something like for a physical ailment, like ibuprofen or Tylenol?
I can't say for certain. I believe they were prescriptions.
Okay. Do you know if there were medications for mental health?
I do not know that.
Do you know from what you saw, could you surmise when the last date was that the medication was taken?
That I don't know.
And from your investigation, do you know if any medication was taken by Crystal Rasch when she left her home on June 8th?
That I don't know.
Okay, so just to summarize, you don't know what type of medication she was taking, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if she took any of that medication with her on June 8th.
Correct.
And so you don't know if she ran out of any medication after June 8th.
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No redirect.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you. You want the exhibits?
All right, this is probably a good time for us to grab a break. We'll take 15 minutes. Back,
Thank you.
Spring break?
So the only thing that I would let the court know is I believe that our last witness today will be, do you know, Kayla did not have Trevor come, right? Is that what we decided on? That's what I think. So it would be Detective Michael Lake. I don't know if he'll take us all the way to 4:20. We are ahead of schedule, and so the crime lab person that would go after him has to drive an hour. So if we weren't able to get him on the stand, we would just have to have him come back a second time. So we opted just to have him come in the morning. So our people for tomorrow are from the crime lab. So we would end with Mike Lake, and so when we're done with him, we would be done with the day, and we can advise the jury that we're ending early and are ahead of schedule.
All right. We are adjourned.
Marsha's sick.
I think that's a calendar, but I don't know. Maybe that's just yeah, this is just the calendar. That's stuff to use with Detective Becker. Hopefully she did. Oh, that's it.
they put on us on notice because the sheriff's office charges $75 for each person that they subpoena, and there could be a thing. I mean, I think there is one the sheriff's office. On the book. Oh, fuck. Can you, after you testify, it's fine. I can email them the. But,
Just gonna walk over, grab it.
yeah. Oh, sorry. Hold on, I won't swear. We weren't really saying anything. Oh, it's like, I think maybe.
No, it's Carol. You guys did not have Andy Rose on your list, so I'm assuming you can be released. Kelsey, did you want her to remain
and to be sequestered.
Kelsey Young.
Yeah, Kelsey Becker, the female that testified. And Casey Young, sorry, yep. I think Casey Young, we already said release.
She was the one who just as much right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Please rise. And seated. All right, we will go back on the record before we bring in the jury.
Nothing from me, from you, A.A. Wooler?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, bring in the jury, please. Next witness, please.
State calls Detective Michael Lake.
Come on up, be careful on the ramp when you get to the top of this, stand where you're leg.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you see it? Pull that microphone up, speak directly into it.
All right, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Michael Lake, Michael Lake.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division for Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
6 years.
And how long of that have you been a detective?
All of it.
Do you have any law enforcement experience prior to that?
I've been a sworn law enforcement officer for 17 years.
Through the course of your employment, were you assigned to assist in the investigation concerning the disappearance of Crystal Rasch?
I was.
And as part of that investigation, were you tasked with finding and securing transaction information? Well, let me rephrase. Were you tasked with locating surveillance video related to certain transactions made from Crystal Rasch's debit card?
I was.
Was there another officer who was also tasked with that same task?
Yes, Detective Dean Hopp.
Did you yourself recover surveillance video of many of these transactions?
I did.
Did you also review the video from the transactions that were recovered by Detective Hopp?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
Detective Lake, I am handing you a very large packet. The exhibits marked there are numbered 255 through 295. Now we're going to go through those exhibits, but for now, can you just take a minute and review them quickly just to let me know if you're familiar with the contents of that packet.
Yes, I am.
And are these all materials that you've reviewed prior to today's date?
Yes.
And are they all true and accurate representations of what they purport to be?
Yes.
I'd move admission of exhibits 255 through 295.
Any objection?
No.
They will be received.
And then would request permission to publish to the jury.
They can be published.
All right, directing your attention to the screen now. Is that the same image as you have before you as exhibit 255?
It is.
And what are we looking at here?
This is what's called an E-trace. It is a firearms trace summary from the United States Department of Justice, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, or ATF. It is a trace that law enforcement can use when we recover a firearm. We can search it by serial number, and then we can determine the history of that firearm from the manufacturer through its first purchaser at retail.
And was that received from the Department of Justice?
It was.
And what is relevant about what we're looking at?
Under the firearm information, the firearm is listed as a Taurus G2C model, caliber 9mm. The serial number is present there, and then the date of purchase and the purchaser information are all on this form.
And we're taking a little closer look at this exhibit. Does that purchaser information indicate Zachariah Rasch?
It does.
And then does it also indicate where that firearm was purchased?
Yes, the bottom right section of the E-Trace summary shows a dealer information, and that was Fleet Farm in DeForest, Wisconsin.
Is that right here that I'm circling?
Yes.
All right, I'll direct your attention now to Exhibit 256. And what are we looking at here?
This is the receipt from the firearm purchase at Fleet Farm. This was recovered after Detective Hopp spoke with the manager at Fleet Farm. So this would show the actual handgun purchase and the other items that were purchased along with it.
And can you tell us the date of that purchase?
The date is, I'm trying to find it on here, sorry.
Well, it looks like there's a date here, but that would be the date that this was printed, correct?
Correct. That date at the top left, the 7/15/24, would be the date that the receipt was received by law enforcement when it was reprinted. As it says, reprint original receipt. I know that the date of the purchase was February 20th, 2024.
Now, in tracking the purchases made with Crystal Rasch's debit card and directing your attention to Exhibit 257, did you find purchases and surveillance that depicted Crystal using that card?
Yes.
And again, this is Exhibit 257. Is that 257 in front of you as well?
Yes, it is.
And this is just a still photo from surveillance, correct?
That's correct.
And I know it's not indicated on the screen grab itself, but was this from June 7th of 2024?
Yes.
And on the left side of the screen, does that show, well, let me ask this first. Did you view the actual video from this transaction?
I did.
And is this still accurate screen grab from that?
It is.
And from your review of that, were you able to identify this person using the card?
The person on the left side of that frame wearing what I believe to be a black jacket is Crystal Rasch.
And now moving on to 258. Is this receipt that you recovered from that same transaction that we looked at in 257?
Yes, the sheriff's office recovered the receipt from that transaction at Piggly Wiggly.
And then zooming in, has card number here. Does that show the last 4 digits of the card used for that transaction?
It does.
And is that 8942?
Yes.
And do you recognize those numbers?
Those are the last 4 numbers of Crystal Rasch's debit card.
All right, moving now to Exhibit 259. What are we looking at here?
This is a still from surveillance video at Quick Trip in Juneau. This shows Zach Rasch walking from his blue Dodge Ram, which was parked at would be the eastern side of the pumps, the southern pump on that side, and then walking into the store.
And do you notice the shirt that Mr. Rasch is wearing there?
I do.
Can you describe it?
Dark colored, I believe black with a Reebok logo on the front, believed to be white.
And now moving on to page 2 of Exhibit 259. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
These are still images from the surveillance video at Quick Trip in Juneau showing Zach Rasch at the ATM at the location.
And now, the next page in front of you has been previously marked and received, is a page that was previously marked and received as Exhibit 11. But do you recognize that?
I do.
And this area that's highlighted, well, first of all, what is it that we're looking at?
This is a transactional record from Bank of Lake Mills regarding Crystal Rasch's debit card.
And then focusing in on the highlighted portion, does that refer to the images that we just saw from that Juneau Quick Trip?
Yes, this is in reference to a $200 ATM withdrawal, and 210 South Main Street is the address of Quick Trip in Juneau.
And that was at 10:31 p.m.?
Yes.
Move back to that page. And is that consistent with the date and time that we see as part of these still shots from surveillance?
Yes, the first image is taken at 10:31. The second is from 10:32. I'm assuming that the time was at the start of the transaction.
All right, now moving on to Exhibit 260. What are we looking at there?
These are still images from a surveillance video at Quick Trip in Watertown from June 14th. And they also show Zachariah Rasch at the ATM at that location.
And looking at the next page, which again was previously marked as exhibit number 11, is this again Crystal Rasch's debit card transaction history?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the highlighted portion, does that correspond to the date and time of the still that we just looked at, exhibit 260?
Yes, it does. I believe the still says 11:26 p.m. It's pretty common for transactions to be within a minute or two.
Now, directing your attention to exhibit 261. Is the image in front of you consistent with what's on the screen?
It is.
Is this another video of surveillance that you watched prior to today?
Yes.
Could you first tell us where this is from?
This is from the store entrance at Menards in Beaver Dam on Francis Lane.
And could you tell us the date and time that this is from?
June 15th, 2024, 4:57 p.m.
Go ahead and play.
I apologize. 4:32 p.m. The transaction was at 4:57 p.m.
And starting the video at, well, go ahead and hit play. All right, so the video was started at 16:32 and 37 seconds. I paused it just at 16:32 and 46 seconds according to the timestamp in the top corner. In just that short period that we watched, what of interest did we see?
Blue Dodge Ram traveling eastbound in the parking lot and pulling into a parking spot.
And does that match the blue Dodge Ram known to be operated by the defendant?
It does.
All right, could you please continue the video? And can you just describe what we're seeing?
At this point in the video, Zach Rasch has exited the blue Dodge Ram and is walking east toward the entrance. He's currently walking across the yellow painted lines towards the front of the store.
And the video is ended at 16:33 and 40 seconds. Moving on to the next page in front of you, which is also Exhibit 261. This is currently paused at 16:33 and 46 seconds. Is this also surveillance video from Menards and Beaver Dam from June 15th?
Yes, it is.
And we'll just play a short portion here. And what do we see in this video?
This is Zach Rasch walking into the store and currently past the cart area.
Moving on to moving on to the third page of Exhibit 261. Do you recognize this image as also being from surveillance from that same day at Beaver Dam, Menards?
I do.
And can you describe what we see at this point?
Zach Rasch is at the bottom of the screen, walking right to left in the frame, pushing a cart.
All right, we've paused the video. Well, the video started at 16:46 and 17 seconds. It's now been paused at 16:46:31. Where do we see the defendant in this image?
He is at the bottom of the screen, about 1/3 of the way from the left side of the screen to the right.
And am I circling him and his cart now?
Yes, you are.
Do you notice anything of interest in the cart itself?
Could you zoom in on the cart for me? The two bottles on it'd be the close side of the cart toward the camera. They appear orange and brown. They are consistent with Santeen drain cleaner or opener, which is sulfuric acid.
Is that these bottles here?
Yes, it is.
Were we unable to locate surveillance of the actual point of sale from this transaction?
No.
Moving on to still Exhibit 261, but the fourth page of that. Is this surveillance from that same day and same location?
It is.
Starting at 16:59 and 56 seconds, playing the video. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
From the left side of the frame, Zach Rasch is walking across the parking lot toward the blue Dodge Ram, pushing a cart.
And you can pause. And pausing the video at 17:00 and 19 seconds. Now directing your attention to Exhibit 262. What is it that we're looking at here?
This is a transaction record from that purchase at Menards that took place in the prior surveillance videos.
And this is information that you received from the store itself?
It is.
Can we just zoom in here on the date? I know it's very hard to see, but does that indicate June 15th of 2024?
Is there any way you can zoom in on it a little bit more? It's hard to see on this one.
That's okay. We can't.
I believe it does.
Can you zoom in on the total here? All right, and looking here at the transaction total, is that $205.33?
It is.
Looking at the second page of Exhibit 262, again, this is somewhat difficult to read. Can you zoom in down here? Does this also indicate the total of $205.33?
It does.
And does it indicate what card was being used for that purchase?
Yes. Under the heading miscellaneous number, directly under that, the last 4 digits of that number are 8942. And it's identified as a debit card.
Now, the quality of the image that we have is very poor, but is this a list of the items that then were made during that purchase?
Yes, this is the itemized transaction record.
And what did you do with this information?
I took the itemized transaction record and used the Menards specific item number or SKU number, went onto the Menards website, and then cross-referenced those items with the items that were believed to be purchased.
All right, so directing your attention to Exhibit 263. And the next 4 pages after that, can you look at those quickly?
Yes.
Is that the result of your search using the product number that you received from Menards transaction history?
Yes.
And so on this first page of 263, what do we see?
That is a Hoover brand spot and stain remover.
And again, that was something that was purchased from this transaction, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that would be the same for all these items that we're going to look at, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, the next one.
Monster energy drink.
And then to the next page. What is the first product here?
OxyClean Duo wipes, multi-purpose cleaning wipes.
And one next to it.
An OxyClean total interior floor mat and carpet cleaner.
Then on to the next page.
Ozium Original Gel Auto Air Freshener and Odor Eliminator.
And next to it.
Santeen Professional Strength Liquid Drain Opener.
Now, is this consistent with the bottles, this look, is this consistent with the bottles that you observed in the defendant's cart?
Yes.
What do we have here?
The first is a Turtle Wax brand Power Out Automotive Carpet Cleaner, and the second is a 100 count package of Venom brand chemical resistant nitrile or protective gloves.
Next page. What do we have here?
There's a Bissell Pro Oxy Spot and Stain Formula, and the second is a Hoover Clean Slate Pet Carpet and Upholstery Spot Cleaner. So kind of like a carpet cleaner vacuum.
And again, so all those items that we just went through were represented on that Menards transaction that we just saw the surveillance from. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, now moving on to Exhibit 264. Is this another surveillance video that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
And when and where is this from?
This is from the Harbor Freight in Beaver Dam, June 15th, 2024, approximately half an hour after the Menards transaction at 5:32 p.m.
And we have a video here starting at 5:12:19. Go ahead and play. And the video stopped at 5:12:31. What did we just see in that video?
That was Zach Rasch walking into the Harbor Freight store.
And then looking at the next page of Exhibit 264. And what do we see there?
This is Zach Rasch making a purchase at that same Harbor Freight store.
And this is a still image, correct?
That's correct.
And does it show 5:22 and 16 seconds p.m.?
Yes, it does.
Now, you reviewed a lot of surveillance video of transactions involving Crystal Rasch's debit card, correct?
Quite a bit.
And that debit card was from the Bank of Lake Mills?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what a debit card from the Bank of Lake Mills looks like?
I am.
And could you describe that?
It is blue, green, and white. And at the top, it says BLM Bank of Lake Mills.
And is the card seen in the hand of the defendant consistent with what you know to be a Bank of Lake Mills debit card?
Yes.
Moving on to Exhibit 265. Is this the receipt that you received from you or the Sheriff's Office received from Harbor Freight from this June 15th purchase?
It is.
And zooming in right down here, does it indicate the last four digits of the card that was used?
Yes, under card number, the last four digits there are 8942.
And this receipt also is itemized, is that correct?
It is.
And were you able to do research on what those items were based on that information?
I was.
So directing your attention to Exhibit 266, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
On the left side is a rechargeable waterproof LED flashlight. On the right side is a Quinn brand socket set, 72 piece.
All right, now directing your attention to Exhibit 267. What are we looking at here?
This is a receipt from Blaine's Farm and Fleet in Watertown.
Was video obtained from this transaction?
No.
Or if video was obtained, were we able to view it in preparation for this trial?
No, I believe the files, if I remember correctly, were corrupted. We weren't able to view this prior to the trial.
So can you just point out the date indicated on this receipt?
June 16th, 2024.
And again, the card number that was used?
The last four digits on that card are 8942.
Again, is that consistent with Crystal Rasch's debit card?
It is.
And were you able to take the information from the itemized portion of the receipt and look at what items were being purchased?
Yes, we were able to determine that it was OxyClean laundry detergent and a storage tote.
I'll direct your attention to Exhibit 268. Are those the items that you were just describing?
Yes.
And again, are these images and information drawn directly from Blaine's Farm and Fleet?
Yes.
Now moving on to Exhibit 269. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a receipt from the Ace Hardware in Watertown.
And can you point out, I mean, is here where the date of that transaction occurred?
Yes, June 16th, 2024.
And the time?
2:41 p.m.
Scroll down. Looking now down at the bottom of that, again, does it show the card number?
It does. The last 4 digits are 8942.
Consistent with Crystal Rasch's debit card?
It is.
And are you able to see what is being purchased here on that receipt?
Yes.
And can you describe that, please?
That is Santeen drain cleaner or opener.
And can you tell how many of those were being purchased?
This purchase specifically was 4 bottles.
All right, moving on to Exhibit 270. Were you able to observe surveillance of a purchase from Walmart in Watertown on June 16th of 2024?
It was?
And is this image consistent with that?
Yes.
And what of interest do we see in this still?
The blue Dodge Ram is in the front of the frame at the very bottom.
Is that what I'm circling here?
Yes, it is.
Looking at the second page of Exhibit 270, again, is this another still image from that same date at the Walmart in Watertown?
It is.
And what does this still image show?
This shows Zach Rasch walking into the Walmart store.
And looking now at the third page of Exhibit 270. Was this the video of the actual transaction that was captured, or at least portion of it?
Yes.
And we'll start playing. The video has now come to an end. It's paused. What do we see now in this paused image?
This is Zach Rasch at the checkout, and he is putting what appears to be a debit card back into the wallet that he was carrying.
And again, this image, is that visually consistent with a Bank of Lake Mills debit card?
It is.
Now, during the video, we also saw the defendant using looked like a green-colored card. Through the course of your investigation, were you able to identify what card that was?
That was an EBT card, a benefits card.
And do you know to whom that benefit card belonged?
Crystal Rasch.
Move on to Exhibit 271. On the left here, is this the transaction record provided to you from Walmart?
Yes.
And that's for the transaction that we just observed?
Yes, it is.
And directing your attention to the middle here that I'm circling, can you tell me what that is?
That would be the second card used in the transaction. The first one above it would be the EBT card. The number you circled would be the second card, which ends in 8942.
And then on the others, well, we have the itemized list of things that were purchased here. But what of interest did you indicate on the rest of the slide?
The fourth item in that transaction is Hoover Oxy Spot and Stain Remover.
All right, moving on to Exhibit 272. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
These are stills from the surveillance video at Quick Trip in Beaver Dam, the Quick Trip on North Spring.
And can you give me a date and time from what these are from?
The video stills are captured on June 18th, 2024 at 7:45 a.m.
And looking at the second page of that exhibit, what are we looking at there?
The still captured on the left shows Zach Rasch standing at the ATM. He is behind the woman that's directly, that's visible mostly in the image. The second image shows Zach Rasch walking away from that ATM.
And was there a transaction on Crystal Rasch's debit card history that corresponded with this date, time, and location?
Yes, there is a transaction on, again, 6/18 of 24, 7:46 a.m. for $200 at that location.
Directing your attention now to Exhibit 273. We have a still image. What is that from?
That is from Walmart in Beaver Dam on Francis Lane from June 18th, 2024. On the right side of the frame is the blue Dodge Ram that belongs to Zach Rasch.
And in watching that surveillance, did you observe the defendant exit that vehicle?
Yes.
Looking at the second page of that same exhibit, again, I believe we have a still from surveillance. Did you watch that surveillance as well?
I did.
And is this an accurate still from that surveillance?
Yes, it is.
And what did that show?
This specific portion is showing Zach Rasch completing the transaction and scanning a package of what would be automotive wipes, like Armor All wipes.
And looking at the next page, is this from that same transaction?
Yes.
And here we have a video. Can you please play that? Again, during that video, did we see the defendant using 2 different cards during that transaction?
Yes, the first one appeared to be the EBT card. The appearance is consistent with that type of card. And then the second appeared to be the Bank of Lake Mills debit card.
And what did we see at the end of that video?
At the end of the video, there was cash dispensed. Zach Rasch selected an option to receive cash back on that purchase and received, I believe it was $100 back on that purchase.
And moving on to Exhibit 274, is this the receipt or transaction record received from Walmart for that transaction?
Yes.
And zooming in right here, can you tell me the numbers that were involved in the card that was used?
8942.
Moving on to Exhibit 275. And I'd like to just check in with you. Is 275, what's marked 275 in front of you, consistent with what we're looking at up here?
It is.
All right. Is this a still image from a transaction that occurred at that same Walmart location?
Yes, the same day shortly after the first transaction.
What department was this in?
This was in the automotive section, in like the automotive service section.
Moving on to Exhibit 276. And zooming in on the receipt here. Based on your knowledge of the case and the transaction record, is this consistent with the receipt that was obtained during that transaction?
Yes, this would have been, to my knowledge, this was a receipt that was actually provided to Zach Rasch during that transaction.
And we can't see a lot of the information here in this image, but to your knowledge, was this receipt later located in, found in the blue Dodge Ram?
I don't know where this was recovered.
Okay. Moving on to Exhibit 277. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a still of the surveillance surveillance video at the Walmart in Watertown from June 19th of 2024.
And what of interest is in this still?
Near the center of the frame, there's a red sedan that's consistent with a red Chevy Cobalt that was registered to Zach Rasch.
And looking at the second page of 277, we have another still. What are we looking at there?
This is Zach Rasch walking into that store.
And that's on the same location, same date?
Yes.
And then the third page of Exhibit 277, what are we looking at there?
This is an overhead view of the transaction being completed by Zach Rasch, and the card is consistent with the Bank of Lake Mills debit card.
All right, directing your attention now to Exhibit 278. This is, well, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
This is a receipt from Farm and Fleet in Watertown from June 20th, 2024.
Is this another example of the Farm and Fleet video that was obtained but is no longer viewable?
That's correct.
Directing your attention to the lower part of that receipt, does it show what card was being used for that transaction?
Yes, to the right of the card number, the last 4 digits are 8942.
And at the top, what's the date and time?
June 20th, 2024, 9:56 a.m.
And just looking at, can you just describe the items that were purchased?
Sure. The items that were purchased included a Monster energy drink, OxyClean interior refresh spray, a headlight lens restore kit, an oil filter. I believe that was it.
All right, moving on to Exhibit 279. What are we looking at there?
These are stills from the surveillance video at Quick Trip in Watertown on June 20th at 10:30 a.m.
And what do we see of interest in those images?
The red Chevy Cobalt, that's consistent with Zach Rasch's vehicle, is at the top right of the left frame. The right frame would show Zach Rasch walking into that store.
And moving on to the second page of that exhibit, what do we see there?
That is an overhead view of Zach Rasch at the ATM at the same location.
Next page. And then again, now taking a look at a page from previously marked and admitted Exhibit 11, the stills that you just described, does that correspond with a transaction on Exhibit 11?
Yes, the date, time, and location are all consistent with the prior surveillance.
And the surveillance and then this record, is that consistent with the withdrawal of $200 cash?
Yes.
All right, moving on to Exhibit 280. What are we looking at here?
This is a still from the surveillance footage at the Walmart in Watertown from June 22nd. The still is from 6:21 p.m. and the red Chevy Cobalt previously mentioned is at the top right of the frame.
And looking at the second page of Exhibit 280, what do we see there?
Zach Rasch walking into that store.
And looking at the third page of Exhibit 280,
two stills from the video of the transaction being completed at that store. The left frame is Zach Rasch holding a card that is consistent with a Wisconsin EBT benefits card. And the right frame, Zach Rasch is holding a card that's consistent with a Bank of Lake Mills debit card.
now moving on to Exhibit 281, is what are we looking at there?
This is the receipt from that transaction.
And again, do we see the numbers 8942?
Yes.
All right, now directing your attention to Exhibit 282. Again, I just want to make sure that 282 in front of you, is that consistent with what we're seeing here on the screen?
It is.
And what are we looking at?
This is a still from surveillance footage from the Beaver Dam Walmart. The red Chevy Cobalt is visible at the top of the frame.
And is the caption there accurate that this is from June 23rd, 2024 at approximately 11:26?
Yes.
And I guess I should be more specific. 11:26 is the time, approximate time of the corresponding transaction.
To my knowledge, yes.
And looking at the second page of 282, what do we see there?
This is a view of the front of the store, and in the left side of the frame, Zach Rasch is pushing a cart. He's kind of near that closest orange triangular warning cone.
You're just describing this person here.
I am.
All right, looking at page 3 of that same exhibit, what do we see in there?
This is Zach Rasch at the self-checkout at the same store during the same visit.
And then looking at exhibit 283, what do we see there?
This is the receipt from that same transaction with the EBT card last 4 digits, and then the debit card last 4 digits both on it.
And we see that in particular, the debit card 8942 there.
That's correct.
And we've got the items that were purchased up here. We see, is that glass wipes
Yes.
and Monster?
Yes.
All right, moving on to 284, exhibit 284. Is the image displayed consistent with 284 in front of you?
It is.
And what are we looking at here?
This is a still from surveillance video at the Quick Trip in Beaver Dam from June 23rd, and the video timestamp at 11:47 a.m. Directly beneath and right of the timestamp, there's a red sedan at one of the gas pumps that is consistent with the Chevy Cobalt owned by Zach Rasch.
And again, that was a surveillance that you were able to view yourself.
Yes.
Looking at the next page of exhibit 284. What do we see there?
Same location for the previously mentioned vehicle. There's a person walking from that vehicle. They are directly to the right of that red sedan, and they're walking toward the store.
And the next page of that exhibit? What do we see here?
That is Zach Rasch at the ATM at the same store.
And was there a corresponding transaction on Crystal Rasch's debit card history?
There was.
And then we're looking at a page from exhibit 11. Is this highlighted portion here? Direct your attention to that. What are we seeing there?
That is a transaction from Crystal Rasch's debit card records that are consistent with the time, date, location of the previously viewed surveillance video images.
And the surveillance that you viewed and then this transaction history, is that consistent with the withdrawal of $200?
It is.
Do you happen to know what the max amount one can withdraw from a Quick Trip ATM?
To my knowledge, it's $200.
Now, during the course of this investigation, was there a vehicle located in Adams County property?
There was.
To your knowledge, what was that vehicle?
It was a silver-colored Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross.
And was that vehicle initially located by members of the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
It was.
Did they take pictures of that, where they located the vehicle?
They did.
And did they do an inventory of some of the contents of that vehicle?
They did.
Did they provide those images to the Dodge County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And were you able to review those images?
I was.
So directing your attention to Exhibit 285, what do we see there?
That is on the left side of the image is the silver Mitsubishi Cross that I previously referenced, and it is parked directly next to a camper trailer.
And again, this is from that Adams County property owned by the defendant's family?
Yes.
Moving on to 286, is the image that you see displayed consistent with the 286 in front of you?
It is.
And what do we see there?
That is the rear of the previously mentioned vehicle.
then moving on to 287. What is that we're looking at?
That is the same vehicle, however, now at the impound location for Adams County Sheriff's Office. In this image, the rear hatch and what appear to be the rear doors are open.
The contents of this trunk, do you recognize anything from the defendant's prior purchases?
I do.
And what is that?
The Quinn socket set, 72 piece on the left side of the image. That's consistent with the socket set that was purchased at Harbor Freight by the defendant. And then there were Armor All wipes or other vehicle wipes that were purchased by the defendant, which are consistent with the wipes seen at the back of the trunk directly behind the igloo cooler.
All right, looking at 288. What is that?
That's another image of the trunk with the Quinn socket set.
And then moving on to 289. What is that?
Same socket set.
And then 290.
The previously mentioned Armor All vehicle wipes or glass wipes.
And then 291. What do we see here?
That is an image of the interior of the front passenger compartment of the Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross. In the front passenger seat is a large green stuffed animal that would be a frog.
And then do you know what this stuff is here?
It looks like wrapping paper.
And is this the contents of that front passenger seat as it was found by the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
To my knowledge, yes.
And looking at 292.
Same location in the vehicle. Among the wrapping paper is also an ice scraper.
And then 293.
That is the rear seat of the vehicle, and on the seat are Venom brand nitrile gloves.
Is there anything significant about those nitrile gloves?
Those were the same brand and appearance of packaging of the gloves that were purchased by the defendant at the Menards in Beaver Dam.
It's difficult to see right now, but was there something located in the picture here?
That is a black sweatshirt.
And then moving on to 294.
That is a black sweatshirt with a Wisconsin Dells text on it in white.
And is that consistent with the one that was found in the back seat in the previous image?
To my knowledge, yes.
And then 295.
A better image of the same sweatshirt.
So then what were your other duties as it related to this case, in particular related to this vehicle that was found?
I was assigned to go to the Adams County Sheriff's Office impound and retrieve the vehicle that had been seized by their office, this vehicle specifically, the Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross, and then escort that vehicle to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
And is that what you did?
I did.
And once it was taken to the crime lab, was that vehicle then further processed there?
Yes.
Did you have any other responsibilities in reference to vehicles on this case?
I also took the, well, not in reference, I guess, At the same time, I also received custody of a cell phone that I dropped off at the Digital Forensics Unit in Madison. And then as far as vehicle responsibilities, the blue Dodge Ram was in our impound here in Dodge County. I escorted that vehicle to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison. And when it was dropped there, I escorted the Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross from that location back to our impound.
Now, as part of your duties on this case, did you also request, did you do a warrant for Google records?
I did.
And did you receive a return on that?
I did.
And did you also do a warrant for some Verizon information?
Yes, those are specifically for IP addresses for what were believed to be Verizon cellular serviced IP addresses.
And then did you or Detective Young also request location information from Verizon?
I believe so. I cannot recall who it was.
Was that all that information that was received from Google and Verizon eventually sent to MCOC for analysis?
To MOCIC, yes.
Exactly what I said. And then was that data analyzed by an outside source?
Yes, I did not have anything to do with the analysis of that data. That was all done by an outside source.
I have what's marked as Exhibit 296, a flash drive containing that data. We're moving that evidence into, moving this flash drive into evidence at this point, but will not be further discussing it at this time.
Any objection to receipt? No. We receive.
Then I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
You've spoken at length about financial transactions that were involving Crystal Rasch's card ending in, I believe, 8942.
Yes.
Okay. How far back did you get financial records for that bank account?
I believe Lieutenant Taylor Nails retrieved the financial records for that account. I was directed when I was doing the investigation to essentially focus on things June 11th and after, based on the fact that we had the information that was the last time that she was seen.
Do you know if those financial records started at some point before June 11th?
Without reviewing them, I don't know.
You talked about the significant efforts that you've made in terms of tracking down these various transactions and obtaining surveillance video.
Yes.
And this is all predominantly for this time period that you're talking about after June 11th, correct?
Correct.
Did you do anything in terms of trying to locate any surveillance video or receipts or financial data from the Moose Lodge on March 10th of 2024?
I did not.
Are you familiar that on March 10th, 2024, that Ms. Rasch was at the Moose Lodge in terms of attending, I believe, a CCW class?
I read in Detective Hopp's report that there was information gathered from, I can't remember the name, I believe it was Freedom Firearms or something similar, that there was a CCW class held there that day.
And did you or anybody else with the Dodge County Sheriff's Office try to obtain any video from that particular date?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Redirect.
None, thank you.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, Judge.
I believe that's the last witness for today, is that correct?
Correct.
Very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we have hit the mark. Once again, I'm excusing you. Once again, I'm going to remind you that you need to be very vigilant, as you have been. You can't discuss this case with anyone. You can't watch any news accounts, listen to any news accounts, radio, or visit any social media involved in this case. It is, you obviously have learned now how much time and effort goes into a trial like this, and it is so important that we maintain the integrity of this jury and that we be able to go forward. So thank you for what you've done so far, and thank you for your prompt attention so far, and thank you in anticipation of you upholding what I've given to you as instructions this evening. So with that, you are discharged for the day. We'll be back here at 8:30 tomorrow, and we will hear additional testimony. All right, we need to make a record of two things. First of all, there was a sidebar. There was two sidebars during the course of today's proceeding. During the first sidebar, there was some concern expressed by Attorney Zahawi about some of the evidence that may be coming in. The court did not participate, frankly, in any discussion. He and Attorney Will discussed that and resolved it without the necessity of the court even hearing, frankly, what was in dispute. Attorney Will, does that accurately reflect the first sidebar?
Yes.
Attorney Zahawi?
Same, Your Honor.
All right, and then there was a second sidebar at the start of the afternoon session. During that sidebar, the court was advised that there may have been some concern about one of the members of the audience taking still pictures. The court did advise, I did have a security approach and did advise at that time security to pay particular attention. You heard the court also admonish the audience against any still photographs. That, I believe, was the total substance of that discussion. Attorney Will?
Correct.
Zahawi?
Correct, Your Honor.
Very good. Anything further?
So I would just like housekeeping on some exhibits so that one is those physical exhibits so the clerk's office can keep them, but it looks like the calendar I never moved into evidence. So exhibit number 1, so I would do that. I know we've referred to
Any
that.
objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
So the next one that hasn't been moved yet is that CCW class information enrollment. I don't know.
Hasn't been moved.
I think that's
We'll
the defense's.
move it this time, Your Honor.
I don't have an objection to it being received. It's certainly something that was provided during discovery. It's a document.
It will be received.
So I'm looking through here. It's like 87 and 89 were marked but never offered. So then the next would be 31, which is the cell phone. So I would now move that into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
132, the firearm, I would move that into evidence. But not really formally move it into, obviously the sheriff's office would maintain custody of it, but
And you'll produce a photostatic copy?
yes,
That's fine.
yes.
It'll be received, but will be maintained by the sheriff's department, and a photostatic copy will be presented and preserved as part of the record.
133, which is the holster, we would move into evidence.
Any
No
objection? Received.
134, the Chevy Silverado shirt.
No objection.
Received.
135, Reebok shirt.
No objection.
Received.
I think that's everything else but a flash drive, but I'll look to see what that is first so we'll examine that flash drive, but everything else on the list is been moved, so all for now.
All right. Anything further?
Nothing from the state.
Just a question with regards to scheduling. I guess, when does the government anticipate being done with their case? I think things are moving along.
That's a great question. I don't know the answer. It still might be Monday because we still have all of the interviews. So we have tomorrow, we have,
Well, that interview is approximately 11 hours.
I'm not playing all 11 hours. I haven't added up how many total hours I'm playing. I have the clips selected, but I just have to go back and add up what the total amount is.
Sounds like Monday to me.
I would say Monday. It seems
Okay.
likely. So tomorrow, just so that you're aware, it'd be 2 crime lab and the dentist, and then we might get to a portion of the interviews because our anthropologist and cell phone guy or our cell tower mapping person, they are only available on Friday. So we will probably start with some of Detective Cotney's testimony, probably just playing some of the interview tomorrow to fill that time before we get to the rest of our case.
Okay. So
Over the, earlier this afternoon, we had discussed what segments of the video were going to be played.
And I will get that to you. I have it listed out. I'm just waiting.
All right, sounds like this
Yep, that's
housekeeping can be done between the two of you without the necessity of the court's involvement. Anything else that I need to address?
I don't think so.
Have a good evening.
And just the one last thing, please, if late in the day we're going to be watching this video, which is not.
Might be more interesting than you
The
think.
content is very interesting, but otherwise, my concern is shutting the lights off late in the day when our jurors have worked very hard all day puts them in a very, very difficult position. So I would so if you're trying to discern why I'm turning the lights on and off, that is why, to make sure that they can stay with us and stay focused on the evidence as it's being presented. So it's very likely that if you play interview late in the day, I may, for the first couple of minutes, so they can get a sense of the room and the environment, have the light down. But as it goes on, my recollection is that the actual scene does not change. The defendant remains seated. The officers, for the most part, remain seated, and it's not the video portion of the presentation. Frankly, isn't terribly interesting.
I would agree with that.
All right.
And just so council is aware, I'll modify maybe slightly, but I'll communicate with them about that.
All right. We'll see you folks in the morning. I'll look for you at 8:25. We'll bring the jury in at 8:30, and we will kick off from there. We are adjourned.